Because every single time I get, I see 20 times, 50 times. Our best days are in front of us. Our bigger, brighter days are in front of us. I want to say that it's actually quite overwhelming. Now, I have meetings with many messages. The first one, all the I think your description of magic and the note was just perfect for WFG. Two takeaways. Big steps, big impact. I just hope that you take steps and most from us. We're great.
A World Financial Group. Thank you for what you do every day. Let's have a great convention and let's roll the video.
This business isn't just about where you are, it's about where you're going. And this year, we're turning big steps into milestones of big impact. Qualify, and you'll be headed to Paradise. The annual Hawaiian trip awaits those who rise above. Wave, recognition, legacy. We'll watch the latest professional golfers in the world. Top qualifiers will join us at the exclusive BMW Golf Event. An unforgettable day of excellence, determination, and resilience. After this convention, we're keeping the energy going south of the border. Qualify for our President's Challenge and join us in vibrant Sunsoul, Mexico. This isn't just a trip, it's proof that purpose breathes. This fall, you could be part of college football history. Qualify, and you'll walk where legends walk at the SEC Showdown. Feel the power, feel the pride, feel the champion inside. This is about living the life you're building, one win at a time. By taking big steps, you'll make big impacts. These aren't just trips, they're milestones earned by helping families win. When you qualify, Hawaii, Mexico, the BMW Championship, the SEC Showdown, you're not just being rewarded, you're proving what's possible when we live our mission. Every step you take, every client you serve, brings us closer to one goal. Leave no family behind. So go all in, go big, and let your success tell the story. That when we lead with purpose, we all rise together. Earn, live, leave no family behind.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Executive Vice Chairman, Charity Ano.
choosing me one more time to be the MC for this morning. I want to start off by giving God the glory for giving me this opportunity to stand here today. I also want to say thank you to my husband, Cynthia Akula, the handsome guy who just came up with me. He's an amazing guy, an amazing husband. And I want to shout a big shout out to my babies that are in the house, Manifest, Shannon, and Clinton in the back. I'm so grateful today for the product providers that are supporting us. Also grateful. I want to say thank you to Adrian for believing in us, WFG. And I also want to say thank you, not leaving out our mentors. I have amazing mentors, but not really leaving out the one person that called him my SMD. The one and only Daniel Fomo and Dr. Linda Fomo. By yourself, without an amazing team. Team Magic Sister in the room! So now, I can get started. 5 years ago, there was this young lady that came to the United States. 16 years ago. I came to this country, not really knowing where I was coming from. But I did so many things. So many things. Businesses. Then I ended up in nursing school. Registered nurse. The baby found me 5 years ago. I'm here to tell somebody, because we're in a convention of champions. Do I have champions in the room? I'm going to take you on big steps today. Yes. But before you take a big step, you're going to take little steps. So I remember when I joined WFG, we took a little step. That was a little tiny step. Because the step is so small, that's why a lot of people join and they quit. Because they don't know the big step that's coming ahead. So we did everything and then we went through the whole struggle. Some people ask me, how is your success? How did you succeed so fast? Long story short, we have mentors that guide us. But the difference is the mindset that we have. Believing that, yes, it's okay to fail, but you take those baby steps every single time. If you don't fail fast, you struggle with the business. So you're going to start to think how you can fail so fast. Now, if you talk to one person, 2 people, 3 people, and they say no to you, it's okay. But the minimum people you talk to, you're going to get a lot of blessings. So we went through this process, grew in the business, became senior marketing directors. Went all the way, when he became senior marketing directors, I remember we came to the convention. This one thing I want to talk about is big step in income. We came to the convention, it was in 20, actually this is about small steps here. So when we came to the convention was in 2022, the first time we came to the convention. I remember coming, we came with 13 business partners with us, 13. In 2003, we came with 50. In 2004, we came with 200, and in 2025, we came with 800. Now, looking at these numbers and the growth, it makes me to understand that the event, this convention, big step, big impact. You got to start with the small steps. If you are in this room listening to me today, this could have been your very first time you came by yourself, it's very okay. Or you came with one person, it's very okay. Or you have been coming and still be by yourself, it's still okay. Because those little steps still matters. When you give birth to a baby, I want you to think about it. Not every baby walks at the same time. Some babies walk at 8 months, 9 months, 10 months, 11 months, 12 months, 14 months. It does not mean that the child is not going to work. Because some people walk at the age of 8 months, some babies did it at the age of 12 months. You get the point? So if you are still in this room, here's the fact. The fact is, if you believe in yourself that you're going to succeed, you will succeed.
Woo! Woo!
So I always remember all these little steps and big steps. But to me, when I remember the 6 people came here with, those were the little steps. Coming with 800 people, hating for reputation. And we had to give him a reason why he made reputation for his family. He took a policy for himself, his wife, and his little daughter while he was pregnant. And 4 months later, I had a phone call. And what? My husband, sick. He was ill. He's in the ICU.
Oh.
And the doctors said the prognosis are really bad. And 3 weeks later, last week,
Oh.
can you imagine a stay-at-home mom who had a daughter, pregnant, and a little girl? What would you do with the mother? The kidnappers and everything. But how much? Because we are the dead. They pay it out. And that is why every little step that we take matters.
Woo! Woo!
Because of that very step, I can't imagine how many laws are done because of the final guess from that family. And that guess is so small. Imagine the big impact created. So what is your story? What are you looking for? What are you pursuing? Yes, the reality will bless us financially, but the impact it creates in our community is super big. It's bigger than we can imagine. It's bigger than the job we can provide. It's bigger than what we can do for every single person. Imagine you working as a nurse. After being in that hospital, helping that poor guy who eventually passes away. But there was nothing that was going to be done. So if you are in this room listening to me and this is your first time, maybe you are against thinking whether you should join a crusade of no family left behind. I want you to think there's somebody out there waiting for you. There's a family out there that you're parents. If you don't make that decision to take that little step, that's going to create a big impact and create a big step in our community. So, let me take some breath. Let me switch gears. Now, let me be there. Trying the other exits, right? Get back. All right, so we actually have a lineup today, guys. I don't know about you, but I'm so jealous because I'm going to be sitting back there trying to have fun. But it's okay. So we have an amazing lineup today, packed up with amazing speakers. And I want to start here by introducing them. Because as a matter of fact, I was told that I'm MC. I'm done. But my time is up. Now, I'm empty. All right, so we have 2 amazing speakers. The first one I want to introduce to you here today. Man oh man, when I look at her resume in the BFG, it's bad. Can you imagine her husband started a business in 2011 while she was just a supporting spouse? And she took care of her 3 beautiful kids. Her husband became the CEO, making over $500,000 in 4 years. And also, okay, imagine, I wish this person, I'm going to tell you more. And then in 2019, he pursued a higher calling, and then she took over full-time the business. She was once upon a time a nurse. And then in 2020, she went full-time. And then she had a $100,000 ring, $250,000 ring in 2020, and then she had $500,000 in 2021, and then she went to $750,000 annual income in 2023, and then she became a millionaire at EBC in 2024, and in 2025 she earned a $1.5 million ring.
Woo! Woo!
Listen, guys, slow down, listen here. She has two $1 million earner ringers. She has two $500,000 ring earners in her hierarchy. She has four $250,000 ring earners. Then she has $800,000 ring earners. She has 50 SMDs in her hierarchy.
Woo!
Let's welcome on stage CEO MD Cynthia Akula.
Originally from Cameroon. Any nurses in the house? You know, 21 years ago, I embarked on the American journey. I came to the United States. I started working hard. I worked 3 jobs. Picked the first job, the second job, and the third job. Doing all of that simultaneously. But looking at that, the cash flow was not coming. Every time I look at trying to make ends meet, you know what was happening? Those ends were stretching apart. I worked hard. But fast forward, thank God to my amazing mentors, Danny and Dr. Linda Fombo. Thank you, brother, for not giving up on me. He answered the call, the WFG call. And he called me and said, sis, I got an opportunity for you. I think I'm the luckiest one in the family who did not become a nurse practitioner, because everyone in my family is a nurse practitioner. And I'm the lucky one, because WFG found me before I started that journey. Guess what?
Woo!
When I started, I got coded, got the business school. But fast forward, I started talking to people. You know how you create those little steps? Every step you take, you're faced with rejection. Rejection. The first person you come to, you say, oh my goodness. But I kept working at it, despite all the rejections. But one thing that I learned, I was so focused on creating and changing the lifestyle, to change the narrative. And one thing that I learned, I kept being consistent and persistent. I have to call you 10 times unless you block my phone number, then I'll stop calling you. You have to block my phone number. But until then, know that I may stop calling you, but now I'm coming back to you. Guess what? I kept going. But what are those things that led you to creating a big impact, right? I'm gonna share some of the points that has helped me and is helping a lot of people, and I hope this also help you understand the power of creating a big impact despite the rejections. Now, one of the things I told myself, I have to, instead of telling myself I can't afford it, I can't do it, I almost quit it, but I kept telling myself, how can I do it? I kept getting better, right? And the next thing, the willingness to do the things that people would not do, the willingness to do something that no other person would do, but you. I kept pushing, right? And then, when you do the things that people cannot do, you can live the life that others can't. And then you have to separate yourself from the average you, and you separate yourself from the old you. Because if you stay in the old you, guess what? Nothing happens. Nothing changes. So you have to separate yourself from the old you. And the next thing, be obsessed about the opportunity. Who here is obsessed about this opportunity? Because I haven't started. If you think I'm here that I've started, I'm not. Because I'm very, very obsessed with it. And I love the opportunity. Be obsessed about it. No matter how hard it gets, just keep going. Get obsessed with it. And you're going to always find the answers to that obsession. Because there's no room for quitting. All you have to do is stay through the course and you see the results. Now the next thing is what? Actions. You have to take that action that leads to the great event, the great success that you're looking for. Because no matter how much you plan, remember this, action beats planning. True? Because no matter how much you plan, without action, the plan has no meaning, right? So you want to make sure you take those actionable steps. And of course, we talk about being consistent and being persistent and being more disciplined. And always look for what? The discomfort. Because wherever you are discomfort, wherever you are uncomfortable doing the things that you don't like, that is where your breakthrough comes. True? Because many of us, we love the comfort zone, and nothing happens in the comfort zone. Comfort zone is for dead people. Comfort zone is for dead people. So here, there's no room for anybody. If you want to grow and you want to succeed, there's no room for you to be comfortable. Which means what? You have to do the things that you have to be uncomfortable with. Whether you like or you don't like. If you want to grow, then those are those things, right? And then, one of the last things I want to talk about is what? Be that one person. That one person who is going to create that one idea that creates a spark, and also that creates that one act of determination. Because once you are determined, nothing can stop you. Nothing. And you believe in the opportunity, and know that what you're doing changes lives, and nobody, no matter what happens to you, you are always going to be doing what you do.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Vice Chairman Jing Ho.
I have a slide here, but after we finished in nursing school, my husband and I, we served as missionaries actually for almost 2 years in every different parts of the countries of the world. As you guys know, missionaries were broke. We don't have any money. So we finally came here in the U.S. to fulfill our American dream. That was in 2003. And I worked 2-3 jobs, right? And well, because, you know, my husband said, we gotta retire in 10 years, we're gonna pursue our passion and going back into mission work. But then, because I worked 2-3 jobs, I actually broke my back at one point. I was on disability, could not sustain paying a high mortgage. The market crashed, if you remember, in 2008. And Francis, being a nurse, was miserable. He was like, oh, I'm not supposed to be working as a nurse here. He was not fulfilling his purpose, my husband. And we were struggling with infertility for 12 years. We couldn't have kids. We were in our almost 40s and we couldn't have kids. So everything was not just going right? We lost our home and all that stuff. But I barely see my husband cry. But that day, you know, I saw him crying. And then after 5 years, by divine appointment, WFG found us, right? My coworker, so really, we are very grateful that this business gave us hope. We started dreaming again. And finally, after 2 years, we had our twins, Wilbur and Araya. You saw them, they're 12. Araya, 9-year-old, and they're homeschooled, right? They're growing up in the business environment that allows us to think and dream bigger again. And so one of the greatest blessings, though, of this platform is not only achieving financial freedom and time freedom, but I saw, you know, I remember I saw my husband sleeping 3 hours after nursing night shift and then do WFG business in the morning. But it's all worth it because, again, you know, that opportunity has allowed us to be able to have the time for them. And it's really the most fulfilling part, though, is, as you can see these slides, is able to give back to the missions in our community. The ultimate desire really is to give $1 billion in your lifetime and make a lasting impact on the lives of other people. So that's what we're about. And really, when we started in WFG in 2011, I've always been a supportive spouse. Really, never, I took my lessons because my husband forced me to, but I've never been to a convention like this. I was never really involved in any operations, anything. I worked as a nurse. And then 7 years later, my husband retired me, and we finally went to, do our full-time mission work. This company, WFG, supported us, right? We don't have to raise funds anymore, being missionaries. And one day he came to me and he told me, you know what? I feel like the Lord's calling me to do a higher calling and, you know, do something else. But then, so I said I was presented with 3 choices: either we sell our WFG business, go back to nursing, or get into the weeds of learning the business from scratch to make my family. So as you can see this slide here, after much prayer, I decided to go all in, full time, from scratch. See, nothing there, right? Never recruited anybody. As you know, there's a saying that nothing can replace hard work. Great leaders become great by diligently pursuing the work that is set before them, right? The scripture says, whatever your hands find to do, do it with all your might. So diligence leads to profit. So So I started recruiting, educating others, and Charity mentioned, just the income goes to the first year, I made over $300,000. And I've always known that there are 2 ways to build this business. I call that AUL and AUM, right? You can build agents under leadership. At the same time, you can build assets under management. It created a unique branding and credibility, actually, with the families that we serve. That strategy accelerated my income, our team's income, because it opened a better referral market for us. Finally, again, after my 5th year, we get this one, right? So the team is awesome. I'm truly proud and love my Alpha Omega Alliance Synergy family. I will not be on the stage if not for the team, and also, of course, if not for the Lord Jesus Christ. Really, the secret sauce. Happy on, His supernatural power and strength is the secret weapon. So I'm going to leave you with 4 mindsets. We call this 4 C's. Number 1, the climb. We were talking about the climb earlier, right? Climbing your own mountain. You need to put yourself in an uncomfortable situation, right? You grow and develop a character of resilience and integrity. I had a choice to go back to nursing, the easy route. But that is the defining moment in my life. I had to choose the harder route. and I'm glad I did. The second is crusader mindset. Always think of the mission first, right? And then compensation will follow. The third C is closers. Remember, closing is helping. You learn the language of business, over-prepare to become competent and effective, duplicate the skills to your team. You're always going to get better, even if you do it anyways, even when you're fearful. So it's not that easy. Just like Manny Pacquiao, who took hits that would drop, men down, but he got up round after round, right? Boom, 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 right? So in life and business, just like in boxing, it's not about avoiding punches. It's really about having the heart to rise, the courage to face your fears, and the will to keep fighting for your dreams and your family. And lastly, the last C, very important, is the Christ-centeredness. You and I bear the image of God. And the core of this is the DNA of being a victorious conqueror in Christ, really. In other words, God designed all of us, you and me, to be champions. So when Christ is the center of your life, you will be the champion that God has designed and destined you to be.
We signed up for life insurance with World Financial Group for both of our daughters in spring 2018, just trying to make sure that we had something in place for them. In September 2020, my daughter was in an accident at her daycare at home, and she suffered from a brain injury, and so was in the hospital for 4 days before succumbing to her injuries, and she passed away on September 22nd in 2020.
I found out that Quinn had passed away, and I had to do my first death claim. It was the most humbling thing that I've ever had to do in my career, and probably the most humbling thing I'll ever have in my entire career going forward. My oldest son was 5 when Quinn passed away, who was also 5. And so it really hit home to me just how incredibly important it is what we do. But I just had to really collect myself and be strong for this family who was going through an absolutely unimaginable, devastating tragedy. And I just had to remind myself that I'm there to help them and to provide a really great service.
And she was really supportive throughout the whole process and helped walk us through everything that we needed to do, which I was grateful for because I have never done anything like this.
I'm just very honored that I was able to do that for them. We had more of a human side to what we do.
After we completed our claim, we knew that we wanted to add to our family again. And so we used some of Quinn's life insurance money to fund our international adoption. So Harry is almost 3, he turns 3 in May. He is a really sweet little guy. He has a really big heart.
Quinn's insurance left a legacy so that they could adopt Harry, which is a beautiful thing that came out of a tragedy. I always sold child insurance, but now I make sure that I talk to absolutely everybody about child insurance.
It is one of the most important things that you can do to set your child up and to set your family up if the worst case scenario ever happens.
I do use Amy's story a lot to just say that, it's we hope for the best, but we prepare for the worst.
Because you never think that you're going to be the statistic or the worst case scenario. You never ever imagine it, and it can happen. It does happen, and if it happens and you aren't prepared for it, it could be even harder after to navigate stuff that you never thought you'd have to navigate.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Executive Vice Chairman John Shin.
Yes, guys. Welcome, welcome. Keep on joining, keep on subscribing to my channel, please. Yeah, so this is a convention taking place in Vegas, which is in Nevada, one of the states in America. And so this is a convention with a company called World Financial Group, and our mission is no family is left behind. We help families to prepare on how to be able to pay taxes, how to save for the future, how to plan for retirement, how to protect the families against eventualities, how to pay mortgages, and also how to make savings. So it is a wonderful opportunity for the people who are in the United States and those who are in Canada and also in Puerto Rico. You can see the arena is so big, and we have two arenas. So this is one of the arenas, and we have another arena with more people than this. So kindly join me. We are live. We are coming to live. This is a wonderful opportunity. I know even if you are not in the United States, you can get one nugget that can help you propel your life towards a better future. Kindly join, and don't forget to subscribe so that you can build this channel. Thank you.
That is more points than most SMD base shops. And it is, of course, as base shop did, 2.5 million points in a rolling 12 month. And by the way, just so you know, he started in 2012. And he started off kind of part-time, okay? Which a lot of us do that. We start off part-time sometime, then you come to a conference, a convention like this, and then the light bulb goes on. How many of you have been sitting in your seat and say this: if he can do it, so can I. Come on, you know you said that to yourself. If she can do it, so can I.
If she can do it, so do I.
There you go. And he is a rock star right now. And let me just tell you something. He's got 3 girls, beautiful wife named Mikhail, and he's got 2 SMDs. And I was talking to him backstage, and I got to tell you, I'm so impressed with him. To me, he is the gold standard, and he is the son of one of the OGs here, Bryce Peterson. But Tyson Peterson is going to be coming out here speaking to you. And then after him, you're going to hear from a person who started this business in 2014. Also kind of started off part-time, and he made about 18 grand in the first year, part-time sometime. Then what happened was COVID happened. And then when he got locked down, he realized, oh my God, I got to really focus on something to make me some money. He made $250,000 in 2020. Then he started breaking the year after that. He broke $500,000. He broke $750,000. And this year, he's going to make $1.5 million while his wife and he, well, it had something to do with it. They got 7 kids. Seven kids. You and your spouse and a couple maybe like helpers. I mean, do you guys caravan to every meeting? You know, do you guys sit at separate tables so you don't get charged an extra 24% for children? I'm like, yeah, we're not with them. Yeah, they kind of look like us, but yeah, 3 separate tables, you know? Wow, 7 kids. Man, power to the wife. Amazing. Champion with a heart of a lion. Trevor, Nerdy. You're going to hear from both of them, but without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise from Mandalay Bay, and let's welcome up the one and only Tyson Peterson. Big steps, big impact. One quick amendment there, the license took a month. 3 days is a little bit tighter than that. I wish. So I've been so moved this morning and just so grateful to be a part of this movement. So excited for our future. Thank you for your examples and for the messages that have already been shared. I've been coming to these events for the last several years, and a helpful thought for me has always been, as I'm watching these examples, if I can learn what they learn, if I can want it like they want it, if I can work like they work and stay as long as they stay with the system that they use, their success is an insight into my future. Is that exciting? And yours. So we ask ourselves, I think that there are 3 big steps that everybody on this stage needs to take, and I think has taken on this stage, everyone in this room needs to take. I think number 1 is, I need to take responsibility for me, for my results, my clients, my business. My code number is my responsibility, nobody else's. I think that's 1. 2, I need to feel like nobody's outworking me. I'm all in to the degree that I'm giving the best I can give. The very best. I love that video played earlier. I played that often in our office. Your best. We shock ourselves when we give our best. We really do. Our best is enough. All we can do is all we can do, and all we can do really is enough. Anything less is not. Our clients deserve our best. And then 3, the big step, is they give it time. They've decided, they've taken responsibility, they're working like crazy, giving all they've got long enough, and that's enough. So those big steps, I hope everybody's taken. When I'm quoted here, really what I'm saying is, I want to become a champion. And we've talked a little bit about what that means, and I think it means maybe different things to different people, but that's what we say. To become a champion, we expect to fight. I think we even want to fight. Champions want to fight. They want to be stretched. I think the band Survivor said it well. It's the eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rival. That's a champion. In that, we expect rejection. Of course we do. I feel like if rejection was a category, I'm placing well in that. I am really good. I'm not good at a lot of things, but I can take rejection. I've learned that. That's a learned skill. I'm a champion at getting rejected. Let me give you an example. Maybe I've learned more from the rejection than I have from the successes. A few years ago, I had a friend, hey, if somebody comes to our mind, I need to talk to that person. I think there's more going on there than just us in many cases. That was the case in this scenario. I had a very good friend that I thought, you know what, I need to reach out to this person. So I called him up, one of my best friends, and I said, hey, I'm in a situation where I can serve your family, where I can give you options to, heaven forbid, if there's a need, give you protection, and create some meaningful wealth for your family over time. Would you be open to let me reach out to some of your close associates, friends, and families in providing that service? And man, she shut me down, and it shocked me. Has anyone ever had that?
Oh yeah.
I got nervous. Listen to this. I got nervous. I'm thinking a good friend here. She said, oh, I don't do the friends and family thing. Here was my brilliant response. No problem. Have a great day. To this day, these conversations and others like them go through my head over and over and over. All the training, all the preparation, all these meetings, the mental toughness, the planning is for moments like this. When I got nervous, maybe a little indifference, honestly. And so I said, okay, no problem, have a great day. Shortly thereafter, disaster strikes. You know what I'm going to say. Big car accident, 5 of her family were killed. Oh. And I watched the GoFundMe pages on my social media. It was dire. Can you imagine? Begging for money. Somebody please help us. We don't know what to do. I thought to myself, and I've had other stories like this, dang it, Tyson, come on. All the training, everything that you had, that was your best? No. I've since learned when somebody says, I'm not into the friends and family, I would say back, well then you don't understand fully what it is we're trying to do here. Let's start over. Because friends and family are everything in our business. We want to help those that we love, and we don't quit on those we love. I came here wanting to be a champion. I wanted it so bad, I still do. I don't know where that comes from. It's not from us. That's a clue that was done for me, for our family, for all the families that we can reach. I loved his response. He said, son, called me a few months later and told me that his wife had passed away. With great emotion, he said, I want you to know that what you did for our family was a godsend. We appreciate you. All the rewards, all the recognition, the money, whatever, didn't compare to that feeling. That's who we are. That's what we do. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Marketing Director, Trevor Nerdin.
This is amazing. Hey, I've been here for a while. This was one of my goals. It just took some time to get a system to be able to be here. And don't get that wrong. I don't want to be up here talking, but it means something to me. It means that we've reached the level where we wanted to be. It's been a goal for a long time. We're grateful to be here. I want to talk today about growth mindset. Obviously, I have my wonderful wife here. You're going to see why I wanted to introduce her in a minute. I have a mentor, his name's Bryce Peterson, one of the OGs, amazing person. And he taught me to go wide, okay? Keep that in mind when you see this next slide. Oh, not going. When I called him and told him we were pregnant with the twins, he said, Trevor, I think you're confused. I told you to go wide in the business. Isn't that amazing? This woman is amazing. This is my God. Heavenly Father has given us this opportunity to be here, and man, we've got to make the most of it. We are all going to go through challenges. It's just what happens. If you do something at a high level, you're going to go through challenges. Nelson Mandela said, the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. I want to tell you a little bit about our story. About 8 years ago, we were living with my parents. We wanted to get there so we could free some time up, so we could build a business. About 2 months after we moved in with them, we got in a car wreck. Business was finally starting to move, got in a car wreck, hurt neck, back, got really depressed, didn't do anything for a whole year. Had a leader in our church that we go to that finally stood up and said, Trevor, you gotta be a man. And you need to get out of your parents' home, you need to go find your own thing, it doesn't matter what it is, go find it, so that you can focus on building, so that you can move your life along. We got into this house, really old home, but it's all we could afford. We would wake up at night, and my daughter, who was 2 at the time, would be covered in ants. We would get in the shower and it would clog. We'd run the, excuse me. We'd run the washing machine and it would flood. But through challenges, we can grow. And that pushed me to get us out of that house, right? About 6 to 8 months later, we bought our first home. And thank goodness for my parents, because they're great people, I got an opportunity to buy a home. My dad believed in me enough. I hadn't proven anything. He believed in me enough that he wrote the loan with me so we could get into that home. Otherwise, we couldn't have done it. We started building a little bit faster, and then we had a sewage backup in our home. And so they kicked us out as they were tearing things apart. They found asbestos. We lived in a hotel for 6 weeks.
Wow.
With 5 kids.
Wow.
6 weeks in a hotel. And I thought at that point, man, business is done. How am I going to run a business out of a hotel room? Well, where there's challenges, we can turn that into energy. We turned it into positive energy, started building out of the hotel. I would meet clients and business partners in the front of the hotel. Right? They didn't know I was staying there at the time. Right? We finally got out of the hotel, got back to the home, things were going great, COVID hit. I'm like, holy cow. And every time we turn a corner, it feels like something else happens. We, for about a week and a half, felt sorry for myself. Well, that was a fun ride, it was great, it's probably over. And then decided we better learn how to use Zoom. Right? In COVID, we hit our 100,000 ring on the way to 250. We got to 250. We bought our dream home, the home I dreamed of when I was younger. And obviously we're still having challenges, but you can grow through them. Turn them into positive energy. They don't have to break you. You can grow through them. You have to have a system. A goal is great, but it's nothing if you don't have a system. James Clear said, you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. You have to have something in place. You've heard, the business. We need to grow. Go find people that are good at the business. Bring them into the business. Help them find another person who's good at the business. Bring them into the business. Get product on all of them. We know that part. I want to talk about a couple points that are specific to me, that have helped me. One is knowing your strengths and weaknesses, knowing who you are. Because we all come into this, and I think sometimes we want to know everything right away. That doesn't always happen. We need to work on our strengths to build the business, and over time, build our weaknesses, right? We can only do as much as we can do. We got to leave the rest to God. Let Him build us, right? The next, we need to consistently run a system with whatever time we have. I built the business part-time. I didn't have a lot of time, 2 to 3 hours a week when I started this. But I consistently built with 2 to 3 hours a week. We have a gal on our team. She put about 30 days into the business last year. 30 days, made $120,000. Because every bit of time that she could get me, she used it to the best that she could. Consistently use your time. We have to use it. My last point, we need to use all the arrows in our quiver. We have to use everything that the business offers. One of the things that is unique to my team, our group, is we use referral partners. Find somebody in an industry that is outside of ours. Maybe they don't want to come do this right away, but they like to make money. Get them licensed, teach them how to open their mouth, and let them give you referrals over and over again. This is the greatest business. Look, I can't say that it's that I've seen other businesses, but this feels like the greatest business on planet Earth. We have more opportunity than anybody else. I want to finish with this. This is a scripture. It says, verily I say, men should be anxiously engaged in a good cause, and do many good things of their own free will, and bring to pass much righteousness. Please be anxiously engaged in this. Don't let the opportunity fade away. Even if you're up there, it doesn't matter. I was up there. Last year I was up there. Be anxiously engaged. You guys are awesome. Thanks.
Woo! Woo!
our speakers. The first one is going to be, this person was a doctor. She's old by a doctor. She was a PhD from Germany. She has a background, a great background in learning, and she came to the United States. She joined the BFG with one little purpose, just to learn how to speak English.
Ooh!
Can you imagine that? She's an amazing leader today. Connie is a senior executive vice chairman. She has built a powerful team. She has over 30 locations across Canada and the United States. She's a proud $2 million ring earner, a 3-time #1 producer, and a 4-time #1 base shop leader across the entire company. She has built a remarkable company. Connie is an amazing leader, and she's going to share with us today her story. The next person I'm going to be introducing today, she has a background in nursing. She came to the United States in 2007. She has a PhD in nursing. She's been a nurse practitioner. She joined the WFP in 2020. In September, she retired. She's a retired PhD holder. She retired in 2022. She has 5 SMDs. She's number 3 in the Base Shop Net license. She became a millionaire in the BFG in June of 2025.
Woo!
She's 3 years after retiring. She's twice MVP team at EMD, February of 2025, the first millionaire in her family. Please, let's welcome Dr. Ruth Ividora.
My name is Princess Dr. Ruth Ividora, all the way from Dallas, Texas. And I want to stand here today as an evidence of big step. I want to thank God for this opportunity. I want to thank my leaders. Oh my goodness. Daniel Fombo, God bless you. To be the Messiah of Africa. What can I say? But I want to tell you guys one thing. I cannot stand here without a team called Team Royal Star. Do we have the Royal Star in the house? And of course, 4 years ago, a gentleman and his wife, they decided to take a big step. They said they saw a problem in the community. There was so much GoFundMe going on. There was so much committee of friends going on. And they said, no, enough is enough. But we're not going to complain. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go to the community. We'll take a big step. We identify people of like passion. And we will gather together, we'll collaborate to make an impact. And you know who they identify? Me and my family. You see these people, these beautiful people that just escorted me here? They are the reason I'm here. Daniel Fombo and Dr. Linda identified us. And they said, Dr. Ruth, I know you're from Nigeria, the giant of Africa. And you have
to finish your own academics, but I want to teach you something. Like they said, my background is BA in nursing. I did nurse practitioner. I have all the degrees, but I have 0 degree in economics. And then I said, come, let me engage you in self-education. I know you like to help people. That is why you have what they call Comfort Foundation, where we focus on suicide prevention and mental health promotion. But then I say you're helping people from the place of limitation. Can I teach you? Can I mentor you to help others? And I said, Daniel, is that not a pyramid scheme? Is that not a network marketing? Is that not a multi-level system? He said, yes, I'm happy you know those things. Now let me show you how it's positive, it's no more negative. But then I said the truth. If you can avoid analysis paralysis, if you can put your degree by the side, I'm ready to walk you on a path. You already have the mindset to make a big impact. But let me show you how to make it from the place of abundance. Let me show you how to make it without any limitation. Let me show you how to do it without taking permission from your manager, from anybody, where you're your own boss. The only boss I have are the people that came out of here. Nobody else. And guess what? I followed that. I started learning. No one told me, said, Dr. Ruth, you must be disciplined. You have to be focused. You have to be determined. In order to take a big step, my people, there's going to be detours on your way. Yes. You're going to fail. But I'm going to tell you, fail enough to pass. Because I failed. I became the first EM in WAT to fail. But guess what? I'm standing here today as a millionaire because I listened to that. I'm standing here today as an evidence. Now what? That big step matters. You want to take a big step. If you want to take a big step, first of all, you have to believe in yourself. Your belief system has to be big enough that even when you fail, even when you lose your team, you will stand still. Knowing that the leaders who are here are ready to back up with you. That is 1. 2, you have to be dedicated to that belief that brought you. Number 3, you have to be consistent. Doing the same thing every day that makes sense. The same thing that makes sense. Number 4, guess what? You have to be disciplined. So when he said that, I quote, he said, discipline is doing the same thing that made you successful yesterday. You repeat the same thing. And I did that. Then I said, I will help you that your monthly income will become your annual income. And that has happened. So if you're here today, you're the first person, this is your first son, you're looking for an opportunity. This is the opportunity for you to make a change in your life. Make a change in your family. You think my children is going to disbelieve what I'm doing? No! They have seen the stage. Who is going to teach your children? Education is good, academics is good. But what about economics? The economics is the only thing that changes your life. Which means, if you're here and want to make a big impact, you must increase your financial knowledge. For you to increase the money in your pocket, you must increase what? You must have financial intelligence. That is what we are doing in WAT. In WAT, we educate, we protect, and we empower. Why are you going to educate? Guess what? You're going to go identify the person you want to educate. They will not come to you. They don't even know they have a problem. I didn't know I have a problem until Daniel found me. Daniel said, Dr. Luke,
then I just want to learn my English. Someone told me a company provides financial education, the class were in English. Then I joined with very single purpose to practice my language skill. This is my foundation. In the beginning, slide. I'm a new immigrant here. I don't know anyone, only my husband. I don't speak English. I don't drive. I didn't have any idea anything works in the new country. Let me be honest. Everything for me is not about how far you go. It's about how many we bring with. In the end, life is not measured by how far you have gone alone. It's measured by This is what we live the life, we live the world better than we found it. Do you think so? Right now, I'm still learning, I'm still growing, but I feel I have fact. Okay, you don't need to change life in one. You don't need to change the world in one day. You just take one step, have one family. Then, okay, you just take one little step. Together, the little step will become a big step. And together, we will impact big, and together, we will make the world more beautiful and the life more meaningful.
Kuna pop-ups zinatokeanga tu tunatokanga wapi, alafu zinakuanga so loud, so loud zinadisturb watu. Oh, ni sawa. Naelewa, ni ma pop-ups zinatokeanga tu from nowhere, zinatoka India, ni manini mahaka. Mbona uliacha power bank hapa yangu imezima? Nakumbuka ilikataa kuchaji. Lunch time ni kama nitaenda kuleta. Sikubeba hata.
Benefits of an IUL. And if you don't have an IUL and you've invested in other vehicles, other financial instruments, it becomes theirs. I want you to write down the word theirs. Theeirs. If you look at the word theirs, it even says the word the IRS. I mean, what is that? Like, it's theirs. Like,
Rosemary.
Jeez, my goodness. That's why y'all gotta get an IUL, man. I'm kidding. I want to introduce this speech. Some of you are guys, oh, I get it now. Oh, okay, great. I'll spell THERE. Yeah, no, it's the other one. Next speaker we're going to bring up. This guy loves helping and protecting people. The guy was a former firefighter, okay? Then he became a bouncer, and then get this, he left that and became a diamond miner. Like, he would mine diamonds. I'm like, bro, hook it up. He did, check it out, you know what I'm saying? Woo! Good friend to have, you know? Then he meets his wife, Savannah, and they have an all-star team. They got 3 amazing boys, all under 5 years of age. It's over $1 million in cash flow. It should have maybe even hit last night, but I don't think it finally got approved. But he is right now literally inches away from becoming an EVC. And that's right, an EVC. And most people, they're good for like a year. They go all out for a year. Then they go maybe 2, maybe 3. But this guy's been running a $1 million point base shop for 8 consecutive years. I mean, that guy is a beast, okay? 8 consecutive years, loves his family, and I just want to say he is a master of resilience and reinvention, okay? Then the speaker after that, I was thinking about how I wanted to introduce him, because when I got started in 1994, he was one of the OGs. Like, people, I walk around, people are like, there's John Shea, he's an OG. I'm not an OG. The guy I'm going to bring up, he's an OG. If you guys knew the original story, he was one of 40 guys that took a little bus to go and negotiate this deal that we've got here today. This guy is legitimately one of the original gangsters, okay? I mean, this guy, totally OG, okay? He was the first MVP that year when the company got started. He's made millions and millions of dollars. And I said to him, I went backstage and I said to him, I said, hey, do you know how many clients you and your entire team has helped? Because it's one thing to make all the money and all the accolades This guy and his entire team has made or helped over 190,000 families around the country. That is such a big deal. And I said, hey, do you know where you ranked last night? On the list of all time cash flow. So he ranked number 14 in all time cash flow. That is such a big deal. And to me, I walked up to him and I said, hey, you know you are to me, you are a beacon of excellence. Wow. And he said, man, he said, Sean, thank you so much. I said, no, thank you so much for still doing what you do after all these years, still in the game, in the hunt, building leaders, and now he's building it in his family. I saw him backstage get a little bit emotional because his son was just up here, who just crossed over 1.6 million. The guy is an absolute legend. Well, let's bring up these two speakers here. First and foremost, Adam Daw. Everybody is right. He's our son, Maxwell.
How's everybody doing? All right, first, thank you to my absolutely beautiful, gorgeous wife, Savannah, right here. I also want to thank my children, Maximus, Dominic, Victor, all of them, our whole family, our leadership team, and all of you. Let's give everybody a big round of applause. Woo! All right, I want you to say this. Say this. I got this.
I got this.
All right, say it louder. I got this. From North. Okay? If you don't know where Yellowknife is, who knows Santa Claus? North. Okay? If you don't know where Yellowknife is, who knows Santa Claus? Well, Santa, right? I live 2 doors down from Santa Claus. Or north. And one of the things that I had the opportunity to do that really taught me about mindset was I worked at a diamond mine. And that diamond mine profited, check this out, $1 million per day. Who'd like $1 million a day? Whoa! Right, $1 million. Now, but here's the deal. You guys know what $1 million of diamonds looks like? It's a little tiny handful. It's like a tiny handful. Who knows how much rock you need to go through to get a little handful? We're all my diamond miners. 400,000 pounds of rock.
Oh.
400,000 to get a little handful of diamonds. Ain't that a thing? Right? So if you knew that going into it, would you be willing to go through 400,000 pounds to find the diamond? We'll see. We'll see. All right, you know, when I got started in business, I had, did you guys see a big picture of garbage with a diamond there a second ago? Perfect, let's go back and just picture that slide. One of my first conversations I had was with a gentleman named Ted. And Greg Cernaka, you guys all know Greg Cernaka? Yeah. So Greg introduces me to Ted. Now remember, Ted goes, like, I'm a training associate. My life at this point couldn't have been worse. I mean, I was broke, life was falling apart. Who can relate? Anybody? At least once. And Ted goes to me, he goes, Adam, our business is like this. Our business is like if somebody came to your house and dumped 400,000 pounds of stinky garbage right on your desk. I remember thinking, that's not what Greg said. Greg told me this was about money. Ted's telling me this is about garbage. I'm like, this sounds like a pyramid. What is going on here? Right? Ted continues the story. He says, Adam, if somebody dumps a load of garbage, 400,000 pounds, right in front of you, and then they put a little handful of diamonds in the stinky garbage, he goes, would you go in the garbage to get the diamonds? What do you think I said? I said I'd jump head first. My life already is garbage. It couldn't get any worse. And if you're telling me that there's diamonds in the garbage and I've seen them, I know it's there, I have the faith to believe it's there, I'm in the diamonds. My friends, you came here to be a diamond. Who came here to be a diamond? This is about your freedom. This is about your family. And this is about who you were born to be. But you gotta be willing to go through a ton of garbage. Who's ready to go through some garbage? Hey, you know what? I'll go through any amount of garbage to set my family free. What about you? Well, let's hear it a little bit louder. You gotta get clear on your dream life. You gotta get clear on what you're willing to go through to make it happen. Now, I'm gonna teach you guys a little bit about success. Who's ready for success?
Woo!
There's Neil. Winston Churchill once said, success is going from failure
to failure to failure to failure with no loss of enthusiasm.
with no loss of enthusiasm.
Woo!
Zero loss of enthusiasm. My question is, how's your enthusiasm?
Fika hapa nje. Hapa tu nje.
That's the key. That's the key. No loss of enthusiasm. Why? Because you know the diamonds are there. If you have faith, why would you be down? Why would you be down? You know they're in there. You know you're not going to quit. You know your family deserves it. No loss of enthusiasm. All right, we're about to do an activity, my friends. Yeah, you can't say no to that guy. Look at that face. You're not just going to call him you. You're trying to say no. Can't do it. Look, I'm going to teach you something very important. I'm going to teach you how to become unstoppable and unrejectable. Who's ready for that? All right, check this out. I want you guys to remember the stance. Okay, we're about to do an exercise. Who likes Tony Robbins? Who likes getting uncomfortable? All right. My friends, in our business, the only failure you're going to go through, the only challenges you're ever going to have are good for no's. And you got to be willing to take these no's. Because if you're willing to take all of these no's, you don't have to give them back to your family. No, we can't afford it. No, we can't go there. No, sorry, I can't be at your recital. You'll never have to tell your family no if you take all the no's. Who's ready to take some no's? With no loss of enthusiasm. So, prospecting. You're gonna prospect people. What are they gonna say most of the time? No. Got 400,000 pounds of rock to find. Most are gonna say no, and then you're gonna call them, and then they're gonna say no, and then you're gonna get an appointment, and they're gonna say no, and then people are gonna start, and then they're gonna quit, and then they're gonna say yes, and then they're gonna quit, they're gonna say no. I want everybody to stand up right here. Let's go, stand up. Stand up. When I say no, you say great. Okay? I want hands on hip. Hands on hip. Let's go. Right? Chest up. Right? Get as big as you can. When I say no, you say great. No! Great! 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 You just become unstoppable. Now let's go on for the family.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Executive Vice Chairman Bryce Peterson. Good morning.
Good morning.
And this has been a great morning for me. John Shin, thank you so much. Thank you. Give him a big hand, you guys. It's done an incredible job. And man, I appreciated that introduction. I started to get excited to be here. So that was 49 years I've done this. And so I've experienced a lot of things. But to see my Oh, there. You guys, I don't have a lot of time reading, so I'm going to get right in. I'm going to challenge you right off in the beginning. I want you to leave this meeting changed. I want you to absolutely do that. Every key leader in the company had their convention where they said, I'm in, I'm all in. I'm going to go for this, I'm going to do this. You need to have that experience. Don't go back after this incredible convention, after the game of last night, after meeting all these great leaders, seeing all the success, and just do you. I've done that in my career of 49 years. Don't do that. Go back and make some changes. This business platform has an unlimited, think about it, an unlimited opportunity unless you limit yourself. And we do that to ourselves in so many ways, yes? Don't do that. Go back and make some changes, okay? Everything is here to I mean, you got this world-class company, world-class executives running the company, big money behind this, companies and products of the elite in the industry. They're game-changer products. I wish I could take you back 10, 15, 20 years. They didn't even exist. Consumers are not educated. We all know that. There's a financial literacy crisis. They're not winning the money game in the U.S. I don't know how Canada's doing. And so they need this more than any other thing that I think they need in their lives. So I'm going to give you a secret. I'm going to give you a big secret. I've heard a lot of the multi-million-dollar leaders say this. It's a success principle. I've heard NFL players say this. I've heard Kobe Bryant say this. I've heard Rafa Nadal say it. I've heard Roger Federer say it. And I love it. And this is what you need to go do. They say, I win or I'm going to get better. I win or I'm going to get better. Not bitter. I'm going to go back and I win or I'm going to get better. Federer, I was reading about him the other day, he won 82% of his matches. But he said, I only won 54% of the points in those 82 wins. A lot of failure, a lot of rejection, a lot of frustration. But he just kept going on and eventually has a historic career. We live in the land of opportunity. And so many people try to figure out a way not to work hard, not to grow themselves, not to develop themselves. Go back and make some changes, you guys. This is a place where you ought to turn your dream machine on. And dream so big it scares you a little bit. I can't do that. That's for somebody else. I experienced that way back when I started in my early 20s. Go back and turn your dream machine on and have some thoughts of doing some incredible things. I think we are one of the most, if not the best, leadership development company in business today. So you get with your leaders and they can do some incredible things. And I've had, over the years, a lot of people come to me and say, Bryce, I don't know if this is for me. I think I want to go find myself. You guys, life is not about finding yourself. It's about developing yourself. It's about learning and growing and getting better. And we have leaders and mentors that can help you get that job done. Go back and make some changes. Don't just go back and do you. So there's 4 things I want you to take at the convention. Number 1, you have got to see the business platform, our company platform, for what it is. It's an unlimited opportunity. You can get as big as you can dream and see and execute, okay? So you've got to see it bigger. Why have you got to see it bigger? All of us have, make a note of this, all of us have more capacity than we have desire. You need more desire. How do you get that? You see something bigger. You believe. You start to develop and work on it. You've got to see the opportunity for what it is, okay? So once you do that, you go to your leader and say, hey, look, I'm going to do this thing different. I'm going to go after it. I need a new plan. And go sit down and develop a plan. Third, decide. Plant your flag. Commit. You know, we get paid every Monday and every Thursday. You can look at your commitment every Monday and every Thursday. You really can. So go commit and then go execute, you guys. You'll leave convention, you'll be excited, a lot will float home, if you will. Man, I'm going to build this incredible life, this incredible business. And then you're going to get punched in the nose again and again and again. I love this. The definition of character is staying excited long after the emotional event has passed. So I went through that process. In my early 20s, doubted myself, questioned myself, kept developing, kept trying, got mentors. And I went from zero earnings to about 500,000 in the 80s. And man, just like somebody pulled back the opportunity curtains, and I saw something a lot bigger. I've been limiting myself. And I went to $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million. I have two code numbers. I think the company shows one. We're about at 2.5 million. We're going to explode through that, over 3 million in the next coming months. We've had so much momentum in our team. My son Tyson's up here. Been here 6 years, made the commitment, started developing himself. In about a 4-year run, he's at 1.6 million, number 8 base shop in the company. That is absolutely incredible in 4 years. Trevor Durden is number 1 SMD. Same thing, was with 8 years, made the commitment, 4 or 5 years. He's at $750 million. Number 17 base shop in the company. And so you guys, it's just that simple. Go back and you develop you. Real quick, running out of time. How simple is this? Go get excited. Fill yourself with energy, vision, and belief. 1, 2, stay that way for multiple years. 3, go back and change yourself, grow yourself. Go on a personal development kit. I love number 4. Go have a coach's heart. Not a boss. Everybody's trying to get away from the boss, right? Not a manager. They keep the status quo. Go be that inspiration. Solve problems, motivate, uplift, teach, filtrate, and build a burning desire inside of you, and a burning desire inside of your people. We have more capacity to do than we have desire. You've got to go do that. Go build the skills, and you're going to love it. So in closing, here's what I'm asking you to do. Rise to the fullness of the opportunity. Go have a quest for excellence. Go back and just dream so big. Put a plan together where you can do something monumental, not only for your family, but families in the marketplace, for our products, and all of your great leaders. It doesn't get any better than this. You guys, in closing, I'm going to tell you, there's nothing funner. Go sacrifice. There's nothing funner than world-class success. 2.5 million, and after 49 years, you get all these investments. That comes a big income. There's nothing bigger than world-class. There's nothing better than world-class success. And you can have that here. Go on that journey. Have a great convention. Thank you.
He's coming from a very incredible background, persistence and accountable, frontline soldiers general, consistently building leaders. He has 3 SBCs, he has 8 EVCs, he has 12 CEOs, he has $23 million earners, he has 5,700 licenses, and his desire is always to dream big. And he's saying he has a team running over 15,000 recruits and over 100 million points in venture. And this person is no other person than Rocky Shi. And then the next one is to that one on stage. This person is coming originally from Tanzania. She came to the United States 16 years ago. She has a doctorate degree in nursing. She retired with a doctorate in nursing to join the PhD full-time 2 years ago. She has promoted over 17 assemblies. She qualified as #1 in Tiger School. She was an MVP CEO. She was an MVP EVC. She's crossed over $1.5 million in cash flow. She has multiple ring earners. She has a super base of over $4.9 million, 9 million points. Please, let's welcome Dr. Veronica Njoka.
Good
This
morning.
has been such a beautiful, beautiful convention. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much, Charity, for a wonderful introduction. And also, I want to really take this opportunity to first thank God for allowing me to even be standing here this morning. Second, I want to take this opportunity to thank my family, my mother. She flew all there from Tanzania for us to be here. Imagine if they did not recruit me. I was supposed to be picking, this was my weekend to work. Imagine. So thank you so much, Charity. Thank you, Daniel and Linda, for always being consistent in your coaching and mentorship. I don't think enough. Thank you so much. And to be honest with you, all these accolades that have been said here wouldn't have been made without my super, super amazing team. Last year we talked about winning, and I shared some things that help us win as entrepreneurs or as business owners. But today I also want to tie up a little bit, when people talk about mindset, growth mindset of abundance and stuff like that, if there is no action, you won't get the results you want. Does that make sense? So there's something called mind, heart, action, and that's what I want to talk about. The first thing is mind. Now let me tell you something about a human mind. A human mind is something trainable. A human mind is something that you can actually train your own mind to tell it what you want it to do. Now, let me give you an example. Somebody explained this to me before, and they said, Dr. Veronica, have you ever seen that little baby who cannot even identify anything? And then you tell that baby to look at the mirror. The first thing the baby, when you ask the baby, who is that? And they say, oh, that's baby. And they say, no, that's not baby. That is you. Literally, you can be fighting that little baby. They're going to say, that's not me, that's baby. But as the same baby grows up, and you take the same child and have them face the mirror and ask them, who is that? Say, oh, that is me, Veronica. That is me, Manuel. Have you noticed that that's how we learn, is by association, and that's how we identify things? So let me tell you something. If you want to have a growth mindset, a mindset of abundance, you have to be very careful to make sure that you're associating with people that are going to take you to the next level. Does that make sense? You want to make sure your associations are always related to where you want to go. Does that make sense? Now, that's not enough. After you have the right mindset of deciding what you want to do, you gotta what? You gotta believe. That's what's called mind, heart, action. They say whatever is conceived by the mind, believed by the heart, that's what you take action upon. So, let me talk a little bit about the heart. The question is, do you believe in the system? A lot of people have a tendency of asking the question, hey, what do you do different? Meanwhile, they're not taking action on what they've been trained by their mentors. So guys, do we understand the power of mentorship? Do you understand that if you believe in the system and do exactly what your mentor is showing you, most likely you're going to get your mentor's results? So that is one thing, that we don't believe in the system. But if you train your mind to make sure that you have a positive mindset, not only that, but you also believe in the system and you're doing the right thing, that is how we get the results we want. Sometimes we like to seek a lot of validation from people who are not even going to take us to the next level. As an example, people who are not in business. Why would you be asking somebody who's not even licensed if this opportunity is true? Instead of asking people who are already successful in the industry, hey, how do you do different so you can get the same results? Last but not least, action. You can have a positive mindset, a mindset of abundance. You can believe in the system, but if you don't take that step, guess what? Are you going to get the results you want? No. No way. There is no way. So let me tell you this quote I really like that I want you guys to remember. This is what it says. It says, a focused fool can achieve way more than a distracted genius. Let me say it again. A focused fool can achieve way more than a distracted genius. I used to wonder why they said, oh, Dr. V, the first thing they told me, Dr. V, just so you know, you don't need a PhD to do WFG. You'll be surprised people who never went to school that win here. And people without PhDs, they still struggle, but they don't understand. That's why I understood. We need to stay humble and learn the system. And guess what? You don't want to be a distracted genius. Majority of us here are super educated, we work so hard, but the reason why we don't see the results we want is because what? We don't take the right action. Does that make sense?
Last but not least, when it comes to action, is distraction. Now, distraction doesn't have to be anything bad. Distraction can be something positive. As an example, I cannot attend a meeting because I gotta go to the gym. Is that a bad excuse? Oh, I gotta take my kids to sports, so I don't think this business is for me. Is that a bad excuse? But how come you don't say, I can't go to work because I gotta go to the gym? How come you don't tell your boss that? But you create time, right? So it's the same way here. If you want something so bad, you gotta not stop feeding off the distraction, because what? A focused fool wins compared to what? A distracted genius. So, as the theme of convention says, big step, big impact, there's one thing that I want to remind everybody. It's not only about the big step, big impact. You gotta take the right big step to get the best big impact. Thank you so much for that evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm super blessed to be here. Have a blessed day. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Chairman Rocky Sheen.
Ako anaishi Maryland. Huyu Rokishi, watu walikuja mansion yake. Ako na mali kwa mansion.
Put on the karma and the punch. Hey, humor. I'm going to talk about the humor in English. Hey. I'm wondering how come Todd wear his sunglass, right? How many new attendees in this convention? 8,000, right? A question for you. Why I wear the glass? Yes, because they are so bright. That makes sense. All right. Albert Einstein, he said, no problem can be solved from the same level of conscience. I don't know how to say that.
Hebu mchukue video.
Like the husband and the wife, when they drive together,
Mchukue video.
they argue, they question each other. Whenever I drive, my wife Miranda is the director of the driver. But labels are very important. For example, if we drive in the car, in the one-dimensional or two-dimensional, we cannot see the traffic, right? But if we in the airplane, look down, we can see very clearly. Two-dimensional, three-dimensional, that's very different, right? So, high level, low level, very important. By the way, last night, I came in, I think, what's the name of Faith, right? The first lady of WTCU, right? Right. Katie, she introduced me to Katie. I know, Will Fuller's wife, Katie, right? You know her. And then she introduced me to Linda. I said, what's going on? Linda is the wife of Lars, right? The three first ladies. I said, my God. I look at Miranda, that's my first lady. We know if I'm the only person to manage team at the low level, to build a team that's very different. We want our people, our leaders stand up to train our people, right? That's high level. Calculation is the low level, take initiative with this high level. Intangible is the low level, humor is a high level. I don't know, let me try. Hey, you tell me, what do you call a priest that becomes a lawyer? Try. I have the following recommendation for you guys. You can say, I'm the top down. I'm the chief of everything. I'm the director of world domination. Hey, another question. Why is the bee for the love with the spider? Give me the answer. Talk to your friends. Because the spider didn't give you life.
Oh Lord, I'm gonna take that.
Okay, next question.
Oh, come on.
Why are the market always talk with the 40% of accent? Because I follow something. Remember that the last year? Wouldn't matter to me. Next. Why does the panel always touch people's heart? Why? Because she performed open heart surgery. Okay, next question. How did Daniel Fumble get promoted so fast? Because he didn't have a lighter at home. He had to go for big Why does the rider have such a powerful inner strength?
Such
Because
powerful innocence.
instead of waking up and checking his phone, rather checking his soul.
Raja nini. Ini Kalasinga. Ini Kalasinga.
Why does the sun reside between Danshanei? Because that was the Marine and the south down the north. Marine down negotiate, they need it. Why is the swan so straightforward always? Because he wants to say hi.
Oh, he wants to save time.
He wants to save your future. How come I have talk to himself? Because the rocket has a hierarchy.
Rocky has a high.
I give me 2 months. Okay, a girl asked how she spent her money. She said, 40% on housing, 30% on food, 30% on clothing, another 30% on food. And the boy interrupted, wait, that's already about 100%. Yeah, I think that is my problem.
That's exactly.
Why did you swim at your way so hard yesterday? I didn't because she didn't want to tell me what she spent all the money on. Why did you swim at her today? That's because he could.
Kimbiza kuna time. Thank you for recording.
Give it up for Rocky She, everybody! I want to bring up the next speaker here. Let's see, 26 and a half years ago, after my wife gave birth to our second child, she says, I'm going to go to the gym and I'm going to get signed up and get a membership. I was like, all right. She went in. She met a young lady named Jamie Villalobos. Today, she is a best-selling author, a multiple seven-figure income earner. She's made over $40 million in the business, over 300 SMDs. They've helped over 190,000 clients. Her team has made over $400 million. Number 16, cash flow. She was the MVP of SCBCs. She is the ultimate blueprint of success. Ladies and gentlemen, on your feet, Jamie Villalobos.
If you knew my background, if you knew where I came from, I shouldn't have what I have. I just went to my 30th high school reunion in Medicine Lake, Montana, a town of 250 people, and saw all my old friends. I grew up in a very tiny town
We grew up on food stamps and welfare, and my parents struggled and struggled. And I always thought, well, gosh, there has to be more than this. Sometimes we just went up without completely. And I remember just wanting a better life. I know what it feels like to dream of more, but feel like your circumstances are just keeping you so small. And I'm so grateful for this company. I'm grateful that Arlene Shin walked into the gym that day, and John Shin took a chance on me, and he field trained me, and I went in the field over and over and fell in love with what we do. So we're here to talk about these big steps. You come to this convention for a couple days, not to get just hyped up and excited and clap for a bunch of people, but to come back and make big decisions. Big decisions are made at big events. Leaders are born at big events. This is your time to make your decisions, so you are the leader coming out of this convention. I remember making my big decisions. I saw this business, and I went to my first convention, and I went home and went full time. I wasn't even licensed, hadn't been in the field yet, but I saw these leaders, and I felt this energy, and I just thought, this is where I'm meant to be. And I went back, and I quit my job, had no income, and I went full time. And I thought I was all in. I wasn't. I remember another time where I was sitting in the office chatting, and my sister called. She was 9 years old. At the time, she was raising my twin toddler siblings. My dad was away weeks at a time trying to find work, and my stepmom was addicted to Oxycontin and hadn't got out of bed in months. And I was talking to my sister, and the twins started screaming, "Mom is dead, Mom is dead." She put the phone down, and she splashed water in her face, and she dragged her back to bed, and she got back on the phone and was telling me how she was digging through couch cushions to find change to buy the twins' milk. And I got off the phone, and I went down the hall in our office building, and I looked in the mirror, and I said, "What is wrong with you? You're sitting in this business, you're sitting in WFG being so casual, when you had the same opportunity as Rocky and all of us." And that's what I told myself, this is it. I might not be the best, I might not be the fastest, I might not have a market, but I will outbelieve, and I will outlast, and I will outdream, and I will outwork everyone who quits. We made a decision to do a super BPM. I had 15 people on my team. I had one guest at a BPM, and we made a decision to take a big step. 30 days later, we had 1,200 people at a BPM.
Wow.
We went to CEO in a few months, from nothing, from under 100,000 in 18 months. It wasn't easy. There was lots of times that I remember breastfeeding while I'm taking calls, doing AMAs with babies, toddlers on my lap, handing the baby off so I could do the next recruiting appointment, but it's so worth it. Now we see the impossible happening all the time. Our kids go to these dream schools that we never thought we could afford. We travel the world all the time. We get to Tahiti and Fiji and all these wonderful places that WFG takes us. But if you look around, you don't have to have it all figured out. You don't have to come from money. You don't have to have a perfect business plan. You just have to be all in. You just have to make that big decision to go all in, all or nothing. All or nothing. Look around the room. You have every background, every culture. Look around this arena, every walk of life, every story. It's a room full of miracles. You don't have to know what you're doing even yet. You just have to go all in. You have to want it bad enough to stay in the room long enough for your miracle to happen. I love our company. I didn't again come from any type of experience in this, but what I had that a lot of others didn't was I sold out. I sold out to our system, to our leadership, to our comp plan, to our team, and to WFG. And I planted my flag, and I put on the blinders, and I wasn't distracted by all the noise out there.
And I just kept getting better and kept working and kept believing that it would happen someday for my kids and my family, and it will for you too. I promise you WFG is worth you selling out, just going all in. It takes about 18 months of pouring it on, the foundation is laid. Then it's about 5 years if you just stay committed. You just stay like not distracted, and then you just keep grinding it up. May not feel like it's gonna happen right away. There was times I would come home, my kids were already in bed, I didn't get to tuck them in. And I'd say, when is it gonna happen? When's the explosion? Everybody quit. Again. But it's gonna happen. This company's changing lives. It's changed my life. It's changing thousands of lives. And it will change yours too, if you let it. But you have to sell out. Sell out to your leadership, to the system, to the company, to WFG. I decided I'm planting my flag, and I'm either gonna make it here or they're gonna find me dead in the office. Last night, one of my biggest leaders passed away. One of my EBCs. Fastest guy on my team to hit EBC, Raul Reyes. He has a little baby, a few months old, and one that's I think 18 months old. All of a sudden, he's 36 years old. I don't know really what happened. I think it was a blood clot. We found out this morning when we were talking with his wife and his team, and I called Mike Brodeur, and I said, they're not married yet. He has a heritage premiere. And Mike said, don't worry. She's a beneficiary. WFG takes care of it. We'll take care of it. Ooh. He had a pack life policy. He had a pack life policy and he had a term policy. But Everest, he doesn't even have an Everest policy, and Everest said, we'll step in, we'll get his body across the state lines, we'll take care of all of it. He's a freaking stud. And every single candy company tried to get him, and he didn't leave. If he did, he'd have nothing right now. WFG, you have to sell out to the company, to the ownership. Know you're in the right place. Know if you stay in this room long enough, they will deliver always, every time. I've been here 26 years. They haven't delivered ever on every single promise they delivered on. We're in the right place at the right time. It's changed my life. It's changed thousands and thousands of lives. You just have to go all in, sell out. This event is your event. Make your decision and plant your flag and make big steps going back. Host your big Super BPM. Come early, stay late. Show your team and your family how bad you want it. Make all the calls. Call everyone in your market and just at least get one name. Fall in love with your team. Serve your families and your teammates like that. You're your own family. And you will win, you'll win. You will. I promise you that you already have everything it takes. So sell out, stay committed, stay in the game with us. The next 5 years are going to blow your mind. The next 5 years are going to be the best 5 years.
Amen. I receive.
Stay here with us. It's your time. It's your time. Go out and sell out to your next big steps. Leaving here, run out of Vegas and sell out to your destiny.
Can we make some noise for Jamie Galama? All right, here we go. I can't even tell you how to introduce this person. I was up all night because now I find this sketch, live speaker. But let me tell you a little about him. For me, he's a person who doesn't follow the trends, and he creates them for the company. He is a game changer in every sense of the world. Definition of unstoppable. Embodiment of resilience. Heartbeat of greatness. True difference maker.
He is unstoppable. He is unshakable. He is unmatched. He was my coach when I first started in the business for many, many years. I was talking to him backstage, and I used to sneak into his meetings and get his guidance and his support and his mentoring. 40 years in the business this year. He's got 48,000 licensed agents on his team. Probably more than 50% of the company's production licensing comes from this person's organization. 660 million points. And I was just backstage and he said that this team has earned almost $10 billion in earnings. He is the king of kings, the legendary, ladies and gentlemen, get up on your feet and welcome no other than the man, the myth, Swan Williams!
No. I just want to make a little correction. It's not 10. It's 6. That's what Andrew Shaw told me about months ago. It's 6 billion.
6 billion.
He said I'm a $6 billion man, so. Well, I didn't know that 40 years passed by. There's a 40-year 2 month. You know, maybe I should continue my talk about Ferrari and Toyota. What is the reflection about 40-year career and why we bring about this issue? We have a lot of great players, a lot of great superstars in this company. But on the other hand, my business and UBMG, we are running on a lot of Toyota like you. You are the heart and soul of this organization. And you know what? You're going to get your time to be on this stage. But I want to share you a story first. About in the fall of 1985, when I was in the business a couple of months, 4 months of business. And I wait until like everybody leaves after the party, and here my friend who is the manager of an electronic firm, and this is my target to recruit him, so I do a presentation, and I'm pretty excited what I do. About 50 minutes into the presentation, my wife sits next to me and says, "What are you talking about?" She stopped. I say to her, "I'm trying to recruit him." And she said, "Recruit what? To do what?" I said, "To do the business." So she asked me, "What business?"
Oh.
So I say, "Making money." So she said, "Where's the money?" So instead of continuing to recruit the guy, we turn back and fight with her. We fight into my friend's house, we fight in the car, and by the time we get home, we continue to fight. And I told her that, you know what, you embarrass me. You're not supposed to do this. And she talked back, and you know. And I use all my articulation to tell her that how wrong she is, to humiliate her great husband, future multimillionaire like that. So I was right. And after that night, she say whatever. So she go to sleep. But I cannot sleep, so I wake up and look at the ceiling. It doesn't take me long to realize that she was right. And by a miracle, after that fight, the next week, I begin to have something happen. I begin to close. I begin to make money. And 3 months after that, I made $7,000, which is pretty big in 1985. And with 7,000 I had, we find ourselves in Paris. So I told my wife, we gotta go to Paris. They said, yeah, but you know that it's February. I said, you know what, don't you know that Paris in the winter is very romantic? Well, because the People Express at the time is on sale the ticket. It's only $250 round trip. And in the winter. So anyhow, you know what? I get the message from my wife. It seems like I make a fool of myself. I keep thinking that I'm doing well. I go out the field, dress up, go to the office, weeks after week, and then month after month. But I didn't make money. And reality checked in. And I have a decision to make. So I had to change. And that's what the first change. And when we make a change, big thing happened. I decided to go out the field every day instead of, waiting until some people call me or then somebody say yes, and then I go to the appointment. I decided to go out the field no matter what. Because I think that one of the reasons I fail in business, because I, like most people, we go out when there's something to do, but if we are not, we stay home. But I find that most business, unless you commit yourself something long enough, otherwise I will be one of those multi-level guy, one of those guys who dream big, but action doesn't match with what I realize that also no business working on an off and on business, things like that. So I start with a new habit that never stay home. In fact, I might commit myself never be home until 11 p.m. So that changed my career. So what I'm talking here is about just many people who are in this room, and you see my big number, and how many of you here want to be big? Everybody, right? How many of everybody here willing to make a change to be big? Yeah, I think you all will after this. After this convention, but however, saying you want to change or want to change is one thing. From knowing it until doing it is two different things. And you watch a lot of people in this organization, of all the people I have a chance to work with, they know they need to change, they know that they want to be big, but yet so few people can be big. So change is just the first thing. Would your change, your new vision, your new mission, or your new idea, you have a strong commitment. Do you have a new belief system? Because if you look to recruiting, it's hard. You have to find a way, and you convince yourself, no, recruiting is doable, or recruiting is easy. And if you think building is hard, I have so many people talk to me and say, hey, I want to be big, but next thing I know, but how I deal with all my guys who always lazy, they always tell me they're busy, or they always easy something. And I said, if you look to your team like that, you're not likely to build a strong organization. If you want to be big, you have to look at people at a different angle. You know, you don't look at them like they are lazy, you don't look at them like they're too busy, but you look like they are buildable. You look at them, yes, they can do it. It's just a matter of how you see it. And the minute you change the way you think, you change your belief system to those people. You know, you think about meeting is hard, but people do not want to show up to the meeting. People don't want to listen to you. People always argue with you. But if you look at this and oh, meeting is not that hard. I can make it work. People is going to go to the meeting. I'll put the effort to make people go to the meeting. And when you have this belief system strong enough, then that's the first step. But it's still not enough. You know, the belief system have to be backed by strong, certain determination, action. You have to create an action with and incongruent in fitting with that new belief system. If you want to build big, then you have to see that I can build this. I can get 30 recruits in a month. I can get 1 recruit a day. Or I can get 60 recruits a month because I can do 2 recruits a day. I can have enough activity, effort, make phone call, and I believe you have to develop that belief system to allow you to be able to see yourself, yes, I can do it, yes, I can do it, yes, I can do it. And develop the habit, and by then, making phone call, or prospecting people, or talking to people, or looking to your people, up a chart, and all those things become a doable thing. Rather than you talk to people and they say they are busy, or there's something happened in their life, or they're easy, and then you get disappointed. You look at those people and feel like a bunch of losers. So your habit have to change dramatically according to that. But that's the second step. It's not enough yet. You need to have somebody, either a trainer or an SMD, or somebody who is a coach, somebody who knows the way, who is going the way, and willing to show you the way. Somebody who will really work with you, and you'll be accountable to those people. You know, but if you want something, and then you just do it your own, and who monitor you? Even Tiger Woods have a coach. You know, even the best athletes in the world need to have somebody. You need somebody who you be responsible to, be accountable to. Somebody who will have the best interest to you. Somebody who will have time and willingness, and is really doing it. Somebody who knows what to do, and sometimes willing to be able to give you the right advice. You know, if you're the kind of person when you ask somebody to help you, and every time they say to you, and it's you're not that nice to me, then how can we coach you? So you have to have a coach, or a trainer. And another thing is that you have to have a new habit, right? And you have a coach, and then you have to have an environment. You cannot, you can be at the top of Nokia, but you go nowhere. Because you have to have the right environment. You want to become a big player, you become a builder, a recruiter, you got to be an environment recruiter, builder. And because of that you would have all the conditions. See, In my career, I mean, every time we have to venture out here, people really walk out here, declare, and with some big number. But then you go back, and things doesn't change. Your habit is the same thing. For example, you want to change the habit. You want to change your environment. If your environment right now, no matter what, your environment also create your limitation. You are what other 5 people, 10 people, or your office environment, that's what you become. So you have to find a way to get to a new level, the environment that allow you to grow to the next level.
Let me just finish this.
So a lot of people ask me about my career, how we made, and I talked with Adam in the back and John Shane, and so I can describe to him that this is constant. The career is constant struggle to fight, to change. You know, a lot of time when we talk about many people think that we have to persevere. We have plenty of people who work hard and persevere, but they're not willing to make a change. And you can see that now in our team, people who get to SMB, and somehow they plateau. Because when you become an SMD or you have a couple of people in your team, you're lucky in SMD, you have a 4 or 5 guys that really do something with you. But what gives you an SMCD and 4 or 5 guys doesn't mean that when you do that, but get you to become a certain level with 100 people. When you get 100 people, are you ready to change? Are you willing to walk away from all the things that you know? And you can look to yourself and say, man, I have to make some decisions to change to get to 1,000 guys. And someone who have 1,000, are you sure you want to change? You know, I have problem with a guy who make 100,000, 250,000, or even 5,000. But the more they make, the bigger team they have, the harder I can deal with change because they ask me to help them, to coach them to become next level. But then again, even they want to change, but will they be able to adopt a new belief system? Or they still always complain about things, or they don't see themselves changing with a new habit. Neither they willing to accept a new system because you want to be big, you want to go to scale. You have to change the way you run your team. And you're willing to be able to put yourself in an environment that is going to make you grow. My hardest part is not about 250,000 or 5,000. My heart is for dealing with people who make $1 million. Because as you can find, a lot of people, sometimes they plateau. In fact, small-minded people or small-level players plateau about 100 to 250,000. Just, I'm doing well, you know, look at me, you know, 3 years ago, I was nothing, now I'm $250,000, why I need to change? I just repeat to do what I've been knowing, and I'm going to be 5,000. Well, you need to really understand about dynamic of big team with many different places, different base shop. And then, you know, how you deal with a team with 1,000, with a habit of people, and a lot of time you would run into something simple. Do you understand anything about winning and winning habits? You know, do you understand that a lot of guys they are saying they're winning, become SMD, they make 250,000. But they have a winning habit, they have a good habit that they form. Because you can see that if you have, it's a habit that creates winning up to that level. But a habit needs to change to be the habit of 250,000 guys have to be different than the habit of guy who I want to get to the habit of people who have 100 people in the team is different than the habit of people who have 1,000 people. And when you get to about 2,000-3,000 people, are you still ready to change? Like, bite the bullet and tell your team to do something that they've been doing so well for you to get to 2,000-3,000 team already. Would you willing to go to 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 people? You have a new belief system. So, thank you very much.
Anatafuta watu wa Steve. Anatafuta watu wa Steve. Hapo kwa Steve, hapo kwa Steve. Okay guys, thank you so much. We are done with the morning session. We are going for lunch. Then we'll be back for the afternoon. Thank you for watching, liking, subscribing to my channel. Keep on building this channel and be ready for more to come. Yeah, this is WFG convention taking place in Vegas, Nevada. This is Cynthia coming to you live. We are going to end our live right now because the meeting has ended and we will be back in the afternoon. Thank you so much. Keep on subscribing. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, keep on subscribing. Yes, keep on subscribing. We are going to end our live because the session is done and we will be back in the afternoon. Right now it is midday. It is midday here in Vegas, Nevada. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You can see we had nani Lilian, twende hivi. Lilian, twende hivi. Hiyo line. Twende hivi. Tunaenda Pandora. Tuende. Where do we go? Pigia tu hizo simu. They're squeezing me. You want to go?
Unarekodi nini sasa? Watu wakitembea.
Tayo.
Uko live. Sari hapa. Tunapita hapa. Oh Lord. Cynthia.
Unajua watu wanashangaa tu sasa hivi watu wote wanatoka dunia gani? Unajua wewe unacheka lakini watu wanashangaa. Bora ndo umeongezeka siku ile.
At least hapa sasa kumekuwa
Yeah. Sasa inakaribia. Wewe mpaka ushike mkono na uachili.
Ninashikiliana.
Chunga tusipoteleane. Twende tu, twende tu.
If you want someone to get hurt, it's the reason why these are here. Keep going. Keep going. This is not an exit.
No problem. I tell you, all you say, you have dates in
Jenny, musinipotele.
Sema.
Sasa waidia.
Namuuliza na rekodi nini hata
Yeah, this is my friend.
Oh, you late? Cynthia. Watu walikuwa wanangoja.
Alafu wakaenda
Mambo bikini.
wapi? Ni wapi? This way ama this way?
Pandora si kama ndio ile. Hebu kuja. Dani Lilian. I think Pandora iko hapo. Nimeona nini ya green. Oh, Pandora ndio hii. Ndio hii.
Basi kwa wapi? Kwa hapo next. Wewe una master huko haraka.
Mimi sishikangi direction, hata watoto wanajua.
Mimi sishikangi. Naweza potea.
Wewe sasa ni kama mimi.
Good afternoon.
Yes, Cynthia, good afternoon.
Good
You enjoyed the
afternoon.
session?
Yes, we did.
Good.
Say hi to my friends, Brother Gideon. What are you doing in Vegas?
I'm here to get fired up, to get charged, and to go to the next level.
Thank you,
We have
brother.
some inspiration from great leaders.
Amen.
And this is Cynthia Akula. She's the one recording me. Cynthia Akula Networks and Radio Recording Channel.
Okay. Okay.
Amazing ladies. Nice.
Thank you.
That one will inspire you to SCPC.
Oh, yes.
Great.
Oh, yes. I will remember the time.
Now I'm waiting for somebody here that you can locate Starbucks and Pandora.
That is where we are supposed to be also.
Yeah, you can. Anybody that you are meeting here, tell them between Pandora and Starbucks.
Okay, guys, the morning session is over, and so we are breaking for lunch just before we go back for our session in the afternoon. Otherwise, this is Cynthia Akula. I'm coming to you live from Vegas, in Nevada, one of the states in the United States of America. This is a wonderful opportunity, and we encourage the people who are in Canada, people who are in the United States, and those in Puerto Rico to come and join us so that we can be able to help families. Our mission is no family is left behind. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. We will be ending our lives soon. We'll be ending our lives soon, but we'll be coming back to you in the next few hours. Thank you. So this is Grand MGM. This is Grand MGM. And you can see how beautiful it is. You can see how beautiful it is. The people are breaking to go and have lunch.
Sara, kwa hii kelele mtu anaweza kusikia kitu kweli. Mtu anaweza kusikia kitu kwa hii kelele.
Steven Njoroge amekuja.
We are waiting for him. Amekuja like atuone ajujua kwa wapi. Akienda alisema tumngoje hapa. Yeah.
Outside the arena kabisa because we were meeting, our group were meeting at, naona kama ulipita mahali pa Starbucks. Sasa unajua mimi hapa nimetembea kutoka mahali mpaka kama nimeketa mahali. Kutoka katika
Ako nashangaa umeenda wapi?
Unajua mahali nawaona hamujui kwenye tuko.
Oh. Hi, Jenny. Yeah. What happened? The devil is a liar. Yeah, I think
Tunachukulia picha pale. Picha. Picha ndio hiyo pale.
Oh.
Thank you. Kuna zingine hapa.
Hizi ni za wapi?
Mimi sitaki shrimp. Kuna yenye haina shrimp?
Zote zikunyota the same. Kunyota the same.
Si kuota shrimp.
Steve asante. Hebu tukule wewe asante naye.
Hello,
Wapi vijiko? Tunazichukua wapi? We must be getting them. Mimi na magani.
Guys, we don't know what we ordered for lunch. This is our lunch. Yeah, what wamechukua? We ordered lunch. You can see. Yeah, this is our lunch. They brought us some things we've never ate. We don't do shrimp, but our lunch imewekwa shrimp.
Mimi siwezi kukula because mimi I'm allergic to beef. But Steve alionja akaniambia ni beef. Mimi nilikula tu beef na ikata hiyo.
Kawia hii.
Chakula. Chakula.
Vijiko ziko hapo.
This is shrimp. Unakulanga shrimp? Sometimes, but not all the time.
Me, I don't do that. So guys, this is shrimp, but we don't do, most of us don't do shrimps. So our lunch has been mixed up. You can see. Yeah, this is shrimp. Those who haven't seen shrimp, you can see how they look like. Yeah. Yeah, so we are going to leave that because we don't do shrimp. No, even me, I don't want shrimp. If someone wants shrimp, they can take the shrimp. Spoon umetoa wapi? Can you nisaidie spoon? You see, she's enjoying her lunch. Is it delicious? You see, she's enjoying her lunch too. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, my friend doesn't do shrimp, so she's removing the shrimp from her food. Yeah, because our lunch has been mixed. We made orders, but the orders didn't come the way they're supposed to be. Yeah, so now this is Hamir. Can you remove this for me too? Remove the shrimp. And then please help me with one spoon. I don't have one. Yeah, so she's also removing shrimp from my dish because I don't do shrimp. I've never tasted it and I don't like doing things that you are not for. Okay, so now this is my lunch, guys. I have some cabbage, I have some cantaloupe and some rice and some beef. Yes, so this is my lunch. Same to her. That is her lunch and that is her lunch. Okay, join us as we enjoy.
Go to the list, whatever they sell, everybody
Na kama nimesema nikienda nje. Sasa mtu anakusikia kama
register. Register.
Everybody here? Everybody?
Yeah.
No, Nani, your sister.
So when is that SNE?
To the left.
Why are you laughing? You have to say it. You have to say it.
I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
But I don't know where it
Just
it's hiding somewhere.
You need a team.
Yes. I have a team. I have a team, but I just not active.
How many are here?
She's here. She's here. Teresa is here. I have about 5.
So everybody has to do something when they get back.
Yeah, I have a team. It's only we haven't been so active.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now it's time to get active.
Amen. Thank you.
That's the beauty of the business. You can restart anytime.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. We are going to go for it.
Yeah. Because you need to make even EMD.
EMD, yeah, very true.
You just need the points. He has the
Everything. Yeah. Yeah. We are going to. Very true. It has taken too long than we thought about.
Yeah, and not carrier wins too, because then it means you build
Yes.
a team, you have points, you have a lot of new license.
Yeah, very true. Thank you, Jenny.
Nakwambia nikirudi
Yaani ukuli time inasonga. Au ukuli time inasonga.
Hi guys, kami hata msemi yako. Hi. Mmekama kasiriko. Mmekama kasiriko.
She's mad because she's having food. Welcome, Triza.
Coming out. I don't know how to eat with this.
Mesha.
Hakuna pia. Manimeteresa. Hata off. Nimepewa fungate. Ndio hii.
Hivi. Hivi.
Utatumia hapa. Unashika hivi. Shika hivi. Hiyo sitawezana. Napelekea maisani. Walifundishwa kukula nazo shule. Hata tunataka anapenda.
I'm not sure how it will react on my stomach. But I don't like the taste. Hii tutaweza na nini na kuwa very expensive.
Teresa, unapenda shrimp?
You eat shrimp. Nakula shrimp.
Chukua hiyo.
Hiki hapa. Sisi wote.
Mtu wa kuguza.
It was part of the order. Sasa hakuna hatukuwa na otherwise. Hata umetoa. Hapa ina nyama. Unajua we just found our table. Hiyo ni nyama. That's nyama. Nyama and cabbage. Now can I speak what you fly home? And you go and sit there. Unajua boarding unaambiwaga saa 8 mnarudi job. Unakimbia dining unakula haraka. Hiyo sisite.
Ungekuja Bunyore. Bell na ring 5 na 5:30 uko class. Nilizoea mpaka nikienda nyumbani kuoga, mamangu anasema huyu ni ndege. Naingia bafu wanafikiria nimeoga nimetoka. Ni hivyo. Nani Deborah? Sijui kama amekuja. Si unajua she just lost a mother recently. Okay,
Ule tumekuwa naye kwa ya. Si never. Ni hata sikuwa najua hapo kwa hii mpaka nikaona akipost kitu kwa Facebook. Lakini nilikuwa mnajua. Before this. Yeah, before the convention. Kwa tunajuana. But I didn't know she was in the business. Yeah, when I saw her on Facebook. Yeah, a lot of people don't identify themselves. The day before we came, nikamuuliza hivi kuna convention, akashangaa najua. Alikuwa anataka kuchukua namba yangu. Nikamwambia hivi hapana. Anataka kuja kwako. Hakuwa anakumbuka. Alafu tukakutana mahali tulikuwa na maombolezo. Many times tulikutana kwa mikutano. Kenya. Akaniambia naenda kesho na Delta. Na mimi nikamwambia naenda kesho na Delta. So we came with the same place. And even when I was cooking my friends, one of the tulikutana sisi wote. Na Steve alikuwa akisema utakuwa na Cynthia, utakuwa na Jane. Na kaniambia na Jane zote. But hakuwa anajua hata flight gani nimejua. Mimi nikamwambia tu I got a flight for Monday. Akasema Cynthia anakuja jioni. Akasema sasa nitafanya aje? Where is the convention?
bado imejaa. Simalize tutoke jamani. Malizeni twende. Sio nini ufanye mazoezi. You see the way guys are enjoying their meal? They are enjoying their lunch. But we had to remove shrimp on our plates because we don't do shrimp. You can see we had to remove shrimp. Yeah, because we don't do shrimp. So our lunch is almost done. Then we'll go back to the hall, to the arena, to start our afternoon meeting. This is a great opportunity, guys. Please subscribe to my channel. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, keep on subscribing so that we can grow this channel. Keep on subscribing, please. Yeah, we are enjoying our lunch. Then we will go back to the arena. This is coming to you live. This is coming to you live from Las Vegas. Las Vegas is in Nevada. Las Vegas is in Nevada, one of the states in the United States of America. Yeah, this is a multinational company. We don't care about the race. We don't care about your color. We don't care about your tribe. Our mission is one. No family is left behind. We want to make sure all families are empowered in terms of financial freedom. We want every family to understand how to be able to plan their finances, how to be able to pay their taxes. And here is Steven Njoroge. Will you say hi to my executive marketing director? His name is Steven Njoroge. Once you join the business, he is going to mentor you. So join the business. Get the license. Can you say something to them? Say something to my...
Now even I don't know which team you're talking to.
This is YouTube Live.
But this is the thing. We here in Vegas. This is World Financial Group. And we focus on every family that is protected. No family that is left behind. So yes, get in touch with one of our colleagues, the Rising Stars, Cynthia. And she can set up a meeting with one-on-one. And we can share with you guys how family can be protected and how we are changing lives, how we are transforming the family community and leaving a generation of wealth and legacies. So guys, let's do this. We all in Vegas. This is all that teams with so many in here, just taking lunch, and then we can go back and have the second session in the afternoon. See you guys.
So Steven, if I may ask you, what has empowered you most in this business?
One of the things is the passion, and of course the love to help our family. That's the most important things we are left behind. But we have a lot of good information to share to our community that we can help one another. So my inspiration is the passion to the family, protect our family and our community, empower them, have financial knowledge, and leave a legacy of wealth.
Yeah, and you are not even 10 years in the United States, but I do understand that you are already retired from your profession. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it is my sixth year now, but we have great opportunity. I used to take care of patients who are sick, but now I take community families and I teach them on serious finance. So of course, when we come to the United States, it's a land of opportunity. When you come and you see a better opportunity to empower our families, that's the most important thing. Educate one another, empower one another, and have a legacy. So my community is my passion. No family left behind. Of course, financial, we need that for our family, for our future generation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Steven Njoroge. He's our executive marketing director, one of the successful people in this business. So once you join us, he's the greatest mentor. He's going to mentor you, and you are going to be successful like him. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, we are still, people are still enjoying their lunch, and then after that we are going to go back to the arena. Say hi to my viewers. This is Franklin Odongo.
Yes.
He is also a successful business partner in this company. Can you say hi to my...
Hello viewers, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. Cynthia is my SMD to be. SMD means Senior Marketing Director. So I would urge you to listen to Cynthia, watch all these videos, and you will find one of those that will change your life. Amen.
Thank you. How long have you been in this business? Do you think it's a great opportunity for them to join? Yes.
Yes, I've been here since January 2024, and I have only good things to speak about this opportunity. So I think anybody who cares for people, anybody who cares for their families, anybody who wants to change their lives should look into this opportunity very seriously.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was my business partner, Franklin Odongo. Franklin Odongo is one of my team members, and we are helping many families. As I said, we are coming to you live from Vegas. Vegas is in Nevada, one of the states in the United States of America. Thank you. Just time for lunch, and then we'll go back. You can see, let me show you. Yeah, for us, we had booked lunch already, and that is why it was easy for us to just come, pick, eat, then go. But you can see the queues. People are still queuing. People are still queuing. People are still queuing in order to buy their lunch. Yes, people are still queuing in order to buy their lunch. But for us, we had made prior arrangement, and so our lunch was just delivered by the Pan Asian Express. Yeah, the meal was so delicious, and some of us are still enjoying it. You can see all that is our team. Can you put for me this there?
I've never heard that name.
Yeah, this is a business that has been there since 1800s, and so it is a business that has been there for so many years. We are dealing with the big companies like Fidelity, companies like Nationwide, companies like Transamerica, and so we are dealing with the big companies that you cannot get worried about. And for you to be able to do this business, you must get licensed. Yes, you read, get your license before you start making any money in this business, because it is regulated. It is highly regulated by each state in the United States of America. But once you get one license, that license will enable you to do business throughout the 50 states of America, including Puerto Rico. Yeah, you get one license, and that one license will enable you to do business in several states of America. We don't care about your color, we don't care about your race, we don't care about where you come from. This is a multi-international company. Anyone can be able to join the business.
Are they in the States? Oh, they live out there.
Jen, put for me here. Yes, people are enjoying their lunch just before we go back to the arena. Some of us are done eating because we had pre-arranged our lunch, but some are still queuing. Remember, we are so many people. This is a convention carrying more than 40,000 people attending live. So it is big. It is big. It is wonderful. You can walk with me in Vegas as we wait to go back to the arena. Yeah. Hata ninaenda kwa choo. Utaingia tu huko alafu utanini. Unaingia hapa.
That one.
Si. Si twende. This is a great opportunity to come here with your families for vacation, as you enjoy the business opportunity, as you help your families to financial freedom. Yeah, we are done with the lunch, and so we'll be going back to the hallway. Oh, na Lilia, utaenda uingie alafu rudi kushikia simu. Siku watu ni 32. Na ndio wamejoin, nilikuwa kwa hall, nilikuwa na 2.
Basi wewe uende kwanza.
Sawa.
I don't handle my lot.
Have you not heard the
Where before Monday? Unifanyaje?
Endelea tu kuchukua, usikate.
Live kufanyaje?
Iko tu on.
Mimi ndio nafaa kukaa hivi.
Endelea tu kufocus. Okay, friends. If you are welcome to come and join us in this great opportunity. If you are in the United States, if you are in Canada, if you are in Puerto Rico, don't let this opportunity slip away from you. Come join this opportunity and help many families. Yes, it is a matter of no family is left behind. DM me, look for me so that I can be able to tell you how to join this great opportunity. So if you are in the United States, if you are in Canada, if you are in Puerto Rico, don't leave this opportunity slip away from you. Yes, you can see, if people can be here, more than 50,000 people attending this is a no joke company. This is a no joke company. We are here to help more families. So look for me, DM me, then I'll be able to show you what we do, tell you how we go about everything, mentor you, help you get licensed so that you can be able to help more families. Thank you so much. Yeah, so people are going back to the arena. We are going back to the arena because the meeting should be starting at 2. Yeah, and you will love it. If you are not there in the morning, kindly don't leave. Join me. Join me as we go back to the arena together to be able to learn about this financial freedom. Learn about the financial freedom. We help families to be able to understand how to pay their mortgages off, how to be able to make investments, how to do savings, how to pay their taxes, because there are several ways of paying taxes. You can pay taxes now, you can pay taxes later when you start getting your retirement income, or you can have we have an opportunity also learning about tax-free, because you have tax-free investments that you can be able to take advantage of. Then apart from that, we also help families to prepare on how to prepare for education for their kids. As we understand, education for kids in America is so expensive, especially when they go to college. It is so expensive. So that is one thing that we help families to prepare. And what about retirement? Whether you like it or not, you may be 10 years right now, you may be 20 years, 30 years. One day, one time, you'll go for retirement. How do you want your retirement to be? How do you want your retirement to be? You want to have a happy, comfortable retirement, or you want to work until you are 80 years? Yes. Some people in the United States work until they are 80 years. Some work until they are... Hi, Dr. Dan. How are you? Can you say hi to my friends? This is YouTube Live.
Hello. How are you, YouTube Live? Hello. How are you?
Yes, this is Dr. Dan, one of my mentors. Dr. Dan, what can you say about this amazing opportunity that we have here?
It is here for everyone. You are missing out. You are all welcome.
Yes.
Thank
you so much. Yeah, so that is Dr. Dan. He's the one who mentored me and trained me and helped me to join this opportunity. And I appreciate him and I can't thank God for him enough. Thank you so much. Yeah, as you were saying, we help families to understand how to prepare for their finances, how to prepare for retirement, because some people in the United States, they do work in their 70s. You can imagine you are working with a 75-year-old, 80-year-old, just because they can't be able to manage their bills. Bills are expensive. Bills can kill you in the United States. And so people work in their 80s, in their 70s. We don't want that. That is why we need to prepare to have a comfortable and happy retirement, so that when those days come, you prepared well, and so you'll be able to enjoy even more. You'll be able to enjoy even more. Yes, what about in case of eventualities? Sometimes people become sick, critically ill, chronically ill. When you become sick, what will happen to your family? So we need to plan for that, because we have opportunity here. That when you become sick, you are 3 months down, the company will be able to give you income to sustain your family until when you're back on your toes. Yes, so this is an opportunity that you should not let go. It is a matter of no family is left behind. It is a matter of no family should be left behind. Yeah. And the worst may happen, you can even die. So when that happens, what will happen to your family? So we need to prepare for that. So we are going back to the arena, guys. We are going back to the arena. We have screening that is being done here. We have screening that is done here. And so, yeah, just for security purposes. So we have to go through the process. As you can see.
Okay, please do so. Yeah, I am. I'm on Facebook.
Yeah, they have to scan your badge to make sure you have a badge and it is legal.
21 as well. 21. Well, I just not scared. They have a problem with it. I'm sorry. Sorry for you. Yeah, there was the guy yesterday. You can ask one of them to see if they readjusted one of the people in black jackets. Thank you.
Yeah, so your badge must be scanned and it must be approved for you to be able to enter the arena. Yes. Those who are joining now, those who are joining now, yeah, we are coming to you live from Vegas in Nevada. Yeah, those are the entrances of the arena. People are coming in. Yes, it doesn't matter whether you are on a scooter, whether you are on a wheelchair. This is an opportunity for everyone. It's an opportunity for everyone. So you have no excuse. Even when you are in a wheelchair, you have no excuse. So if you are in United States of America, if you are in Canada, if you are in Puerto Rico, kindly join me, DM me. As you continue subscribing to my channel, kindly DM me so that I can be able to take you through this process of joining this amazing opportunity. Don't listen to the naysayers. Don't listen to the naysayers. Don't listen to the naysayers. This is an amazing opportunity. And once you join it, you will never regret. Once you join it, guys, you will never regret. Yes, you will never regret, guys. Once you join it, you will never regret. Yeah, we are having two arenas. One is in MGM Grand, and then we have another arena too. Because the people were too many, so the company had to take two arenas for the people to be able to sit comfortably. Yes. Let me take you to the arena. Please don't leave. Stay with me. Keep on subscribing to my channel so that I can continue bringing you this great financial information from Vegas. Yes, stay with me, keep connected, and don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe, guys. Don't forget to subscribe. Yes, don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe, guys. Don't forget to subscribe. Yes, here we go. For those who are joining now, this is live from Vegas. This is live from Vegas. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Can you inform the team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank
Post
you.
it in your group chat.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the first arena, guys. This is the first arena. This is the first arena. Please, if you are in the United States of America, if you are in Canada, if you are in Puerto Rico, you can DM me and I will lead you to the steps of joining this amazing opportunity. It is all about no family is to be left behind. We don't want any families to be left behind. We want every family to join. We want every family to be helped. It is all about financial freedom. How will you feel when your family gains the financial freedom, financial independence? Yes, we are live. We are live from Vegas in Nevada. Vegas in Nevada. Vegas in Nevada. Yes. I don't remember where we were sitting.
Lakini sawa tu.
Nikae tu hapa ama nitatolewa?
Uende uko pekee. Ama mko wangapi?
Sitaki huko mwisho. They are coming?
Hapa
okay.
wale wainuka. Hapa mbele yako. Oh, look at that.
Sigani huku. Yes. How are you? Nice to see you. Thank you. Oh, oh, thank you. Come this side, brother. Sijui amekaa wapi. Asubuhi mlikaa wapi? Asubuhi mlikaa wapi?
Nilikaa hapa tu.
Oh. Whose is that? Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, general session 2 will begin in 10 minutes.
Yes, we are beginning in 10 minutes, guys. Stay with me. Stay with me here so that we can learn more. I know you can get something that can benefit you. I know you can get something that can benefit you in your life. Life is about learning. It doesn't matter where you are learning from. I know you can get something that can benefit you. So in 10 minutes, you are beginning the second session.
Going the door. Six. Go ahead. Go in there. Nice set.
Woo! She's having the fun. fun. It's all about having fun. It's not only about planning, it's about having fun. Yay! There you go. You see, she's having fun. Hey. Hey! She got it well. Woo! Yes, free entertainment, guys. Free entertainment. Yes. Yeah, people are still coming to join. People are still coming to join. We will begin our second session in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yes. Lilian. Bujo. Keep on subscribing to my channel, please. Keep on subscribing to my channel, please, so that you can get more content coming to you live from Vegas in Nevada, in the United States of America. From where? Which seats are you taking? The whole of it? Welcome, friends. Welcome, friends. We are joining you. We are bringing you live from Vegas in Nevada. This is the United States of America. And this is a convention about financial freedom. Yes, it's about helping families to financial freedom. And so we are about to begin. Kindly, I had trouble with the network, so I had to reboot my phone. If you had left, kindly join me. We are beginning. Yes, guys, we are beginning in 25 seconds. Yay, 25 seconds. We are beginning, guys. We are beginning. Ooh.
First steps. They are always the toughest.
Yes, we are beginning the second session, guys. This is 2 p.m. This is 2 p.m.
Sometimes we start. Fear, of course. To success. In time, without budget and long resolve,
Hapa tuko watu kutoka all nations, Tanzania, Kenya, wapi. It doesn't matter the color, the race, so you can join us, you can see. That's beautiful. Yes, very beautiful, guys. Keep joining. Kindly subscribe to my channel if you haven't subscribed.
Your passion, and make them your inspiration to change your life.
Woo!
Microphone trick, I bet you didn't know. If your phone is full,
Ladies and gentlemen, please, Dr. Rob Day.
Was this morning an incredible kickoff to this convention or what? You know, I've been with our company for 32 years, and I don't know about you, but when you have the CEO of AGA, a multi-$100 billion company, stand on this stage and say, I've got your back, does that not give you a feeling of absolute security for your future?
Yes.
How many of you guys want to build a big team?
Ew.
How many of you guys want to eventually pass that team on to the next generation?
Woo!
And to the next generation for the next 100, 200, 300 years. You know what it takes to do that? You gotta have something like an Aegon that has your back. And so we are the luckiest people on the face of the planet to be in this place, in this country, at this time, with everything that we have going on.
Kindly guys, keep on subscribing to my channel. Keep on subscribing to my channel. We are coming to you live from Vegas, Nevada. This is a convention, a business convention. We are learning about financial freedom. So wherever you are, I know you can learn something that can benefit you. Kindly subscribe to my channel and stay with us.
S&P in 2021, he has 12 S&Ps, earns over $700,000 of income. He's 3 boys, his wife's just in time as a doctor, joined him in business, and so he'll be one of our speakers. Our other speaker to kick us off is going to be Yang Chai. Listen to this. Yang is a SMD making $1.5 million. Right, let that stretch your vision. And so please help me welcome to kick this off, Yang Chai.
Yang Chai. Ameka bado. Nani? Hiyo ni hapo amebook. Ruka chini, ruka chini. Rukeni chini, rukeni chini. Ruka hivi.
was impossible. I knew my annual cash flow went from $250,000 to $1.5 million in just 18 months. As you can see from this chart, March 2023, I made $250,000. In October, $500,000. December, $750,000. January 2024, I hit $1 million.
Ooh!
August 2024, I surpassed $1.5 million.
Hey.
But it is not just about numbers. It is about the miracle of change, breaking through limits you never thought you could overcome. Let me take you back to not too long ago. By 2020, I have been an SMD for 4 years. I thought I was doing okay, making between 100,000 to 200,000 a year. Then came the pandemic. At the beginning, I feel comfortable, just like Swan said this morning. But as time went on, things got harder. I started losing team members one by one. By December 2022, my last marketing director left. I had lost my entire team.
Wow.
I started questioning myself. Am I a good leader? Is this as far as I can go? Should I just quit? But deep down, I didn't want to give up. I wanted to prove to myself who I really am and what I'm truly capable of. You might be wondering, how does someone could go from a 6-year plateau and suddenly breaking through and achieve milestones many people only dream of? Right? So, to understand that, let me take you back to the very beginning. Before WFG, I was a research scientist, passionate about science and invention. I think that's my research. But with no financial knowledge, no business experience, and little confidence to talk to people. In early 2013, my best friend, Zhenghua, on the right side, introduced me to join WFG. I said yes, not because I thought I would be good about it, but to help him. And maybe I can learn some value finances. That was a small step, right? Join WFG is a small step. I remember my first convention, so and I came alone. And I was sitting in the audience, listening to leaders share real stories of setbacks and breakthrough. Like these 2 days. I was so touched and inspired. I thought one day, I will be one of them. So, even though I was an associate, that's 2013, I was an associate making a total $2,000. I made a bold decision. I decided to open my own office in Delaware. That's our first office in Delaware. First 6 months, guess what? Brutal. No team, no sales, no clients. My parents questioned me. Why leave a PhD and a stable career to sell life insurance? It hurt, but I kept going because From 2021 to 2024, I hosted over 150 online financial education workshops, starting from just a handful of people, and now reaching over 250 participants per session. If you are stuck, like me, if you are unsure, like me, if you're wondering your breakthrough will ever come, let me tell you this: miracles don't just happen. We create them. No matter where you start, no matter how long you have failed stuck, believe, keep going, show up. WFG provides us a platform. I chose to write my own story. You could write yours too. In closing, if you can't make a miracle, it can't work. Say to the miracle, see you all at the top.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Vice Chairman Aloysius Ikowe.
When I attended my first convention in 2022, I sat all the way at the top.
Your bag.
And I listened to the stories of incredible speakers. I was happy, sad, upset, all these emotions happening at the same time. I said to myself, I said, wow, this place belongs to me. On that day, it was lunchtime. Everybody was exiting the building to the east. I sat still. And the gentleman looked at me. He said, it's lunchtime. I said, are you hungry? I said, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. I said, no, I'm not hungry for food. After everything I heard, I was hungry for an elevation. I was hungry for financial breakthrough. You know what? That is why I'm here. 2023, I sat somewhere there. Last year, I was sitting right here. Today, I'm on stage. And then something I just realized as I was walking up here. It's beautiful. Isn't WFG wonderful? Thank you, WFG, for giving us a platform that someone like me can bring to
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So may I now introduce myself to you. My name is Aloysius Ikowe. I go by Coach Numa. Why? I am a licensed soccer coach by the U.S. Soccer Federation. And I've won many trophies. Let me tell you something. I'm the most decorated coach in my community. And guess what comes with all of this? No money. But guess what though? I remember many years ago, somebody came to me and said, hey, if you want all your financial troubles to disappear, go to school and become a nurse. American nurses in the house. Look at the smile on my face. Graduated 2009, registered nurse. At the end of the whole year, I made $56,000. Look at some of the leaders are looking at me. How do you live on that? I don't know. I don't know. So I called the guy who helped me. I said, hey, you told me to be a nurse. It's not working. He told me no. That hospital doesn't pay well. Let me show you someplace else. I moved from one nursing job to another, and finally, I retired as a nurse. That's one of the awards that I received. But I want to tell you guys something. Someone in this room has been rescued. This guy right here rescued me. Dr. Bina. I had a very difficult week. I went home that day, I said, on Saturday, there's 3 things I'm going to do. I'm going to wake up in the morning, brush my teeth, watch soccer all day. That's my plan. Wake up in the morning, brush my teeth, watch soccer all day. Then this man called me. He lived 5 hours from me. I said, he's not going to hurt me. I pick up the phone. Coach, are you home? I said, yeah. He said, I'm on my way. I said, oh. He got there and rescued me. You know what? I want to let somebody know. I want to let you know that it doesn't hurt to try. I said every accomplishment starts with their decision. I didn't say, hey, their decision to try. You don't know which one it's going to be. Just try. I said, my life was already a mess. How bad could it get? Just try. You know that? And then there's something called a big event. Is there someone here for the first time? Are you here for the very first time? I'm telling you, there's something. It was at a big event where I heard that some people want things to happen for them. Some people wish, and why some make it happen. And I had a conversation with myself. It's very okay to speak to yourself today. And I asked myself, I said, I am going to make it happen. You know what? And it's happening. I want to talk to you about the right mentorship. On this room today, there are lots of them. Dr. Martin Quendel, Zach Rand, but then there's something happened. There is this man called Daniel. And they hold my hands. You need anything that's going to teach you, that's going to guide you, then I go for the going to challenge you. I remember when I met him for the first time. He said, you are still a nurse. I said, yeah. How long have you been a nurse? How much do you make? I told him 70,000. How much longer are you going to work as a nurse? You figure that guy's not going to work for you. I asked him, are you saying I should go in my job? He said, yes. I said, no, you die. I said, no. But on my way home, I started thinking about things that I done. As a hospice nurse, I was drained. Physically, emotionally, mentally, I was drained. I remember sometimes I'm working with my wife. When I tried to hold her hand, she would do this. I didn't understand why she was doing it. Until my dad was sitting and she looked at me. How many dead people did you trust today? I said, no, it's time for me to leave. It's time for me to leave. So I said, you know what? I'd rather be challenged, because if it doesn't challenge you, it's not going to change you. If it doesn't challenge you, it's not going to change you. I decided to go all in. Do you want a different tomorrow? You must push harder today. So let me tell you something, as we push, big steps, big impact, that is the vision. Is the vision in the house? Yeah, they are here. You've helped a lot of families along the way. A lot of families along the way. And this is what happened. This is what happened in May. Why don't you look at that? I used to make less than that in a year. Because of this platform called WFG, you can see what happened. 90, how much is that again? 96,000 in 1 month. Isn't WFG the place for you? You did it for me, it's gonna do it for you too. This is what I used to try before. And when I go to places, I'll tell people, oh, he's very good on gas. That's not true. Today, things are changing. I want to tell you that today. There's some people I get on stage. I want to bring them on stage, please. Where's my family? Please come on. Please come on. Please come on. You are here with your family. I want you to tell me that you got their back. I want you to tell them you got their back. Let me tell you something. This is it. Don't make me walk every day. I got you, son. Daddy got you. I got you. I got you. Ladies and gentlemen, since I joined this platform, what did they tell me? They said I'm going to make $100,000 a month. That has happened. I also heard that, you know what? You're going to turn your annual income into your monthly income. That has happened. You know what? They say you're going to retire from your job. That too has happened. They say you're going to retire your spouse. That has happened. I'm telling you, you have to spend more time with your family. They are here right here. And above all, the best is yet to come.
stand up. You went over 100,000 in your first 3 years. If you went over $250,000 in your first 3 years, stay standing. Everyone else sit down. $250,000 in your first 3 years. Did anybody go over $500,000 in your first 3 years? Stay standing. Year and a half. Anybody go over $1 million in your first 3 years? Any 2 million? Isn't that incredible? Well, let me tell you about me. My first 4 years in business, I made $20,000. Not my 4th year in business. All 4 years combined. That's an average of $5,000 a year, $400 a month. I've been asked, rightfully so, why didn't you quit? And that's not a obnoxious question to ask of somebody who has been, and by the way, I was full-time most of the time. Am I selling the dream yet? So why did I quit? There's a couple of different reasons. Who's heard the message of big events are one of the most important things that you attend, that you need your team to, right? One of the things that kept me here is I went to a big event like this. Luckily, it was in my first few months. And I sat in the arena, except for I was way up there with no guests. And a guy got up on stage, and he started telling his story. And he talked about how he'd been in business for 7 years, and that he'd only made like $22,000 in his 7th year. And he said, I was coming into that year, the convention, and he goes, I was going into the convention, and I was actually planning on quitting. He said, I've been around for 7 years, it wasn't working. He said, but I've already bought my plane ticket, I already bought my ticket to the convention, I already paid for my hotel room. So he said, I decided to go. I thought maybe I would hear what the secret of the business is. And he said, I sat in that audience, and the first speaker gets up and says, you know what? I'm going to tell you what the secret of the business is. He goes, you got to be kidding me. He pulls his notepad out, and the gentleman goes, here's the secret. Join and don't quit. And then he walked off stage. That kept me going until my business got going. And we'll talk more about that in a second. I'm going to bring up our next couple of speakers. Second speaker is going to be, well, let me make sure I got the right order of this. Otherwise, their PowerPoint will be all messed up and all kinds of stuff. Our first speaker is going to be Francis Kimball. He comes from the healthcare industry, but he's also a lieutenant commander in the armed forces. He came on board in 2020. Already hit ABC, $1.3 million earner. He has 3 EMDs. He has a CEO coming out that will be promoted next week. 3 $250,000 earners. Our second speaker is Younghwa Sun. Comes from the biotech industry. Like earlier, an SMD making $1.5 million as an SMD. So please help me welcome Wen Young Sun to kick it off.
That's beautiful.
have your seats. Is WFG in the house? What about Legacy Star in the house? What about Team Zion Rails in the house? All right. I am really honored to be here today. I'm grateful to God Almighty for creating a platform like this for dreamers to show up. Do we have any dreamers in the house?
Yes!
I want to just tell you your dreams are valid. Your dreams are valid. And many years ago, just like many of you are on this platform today, I don't even remember where I was because they didn't let me through the door always. I made it through the door and I barely patched up on, the 29 rafter. And I remember this guy saying, oh, you are not qualified to be here. But I said, God calls the qualified. He does not need to, have any permission from nobody. There are many people sitting in the back right now who came all the way. But I want to tell you something. WFG is not for smart people. WFG is for people who have a heart for people. And that is why I came up with the 7 principles. We help people with products through a diversified platform to prevent poverty. That's what we do here. And that is why I wanted to know your dreams of valor. Just like many people have walked this stage, many years ago I was a nurse practitioner. And I remember working overtime, extra time all the time. At the end of the year, I paid taxes, my wife thought I was a gambler. But I didn't know what happened to the money. Do we have any people in the healthcare field here today? So on your way to take a big step, somebody in 2020 changed my life. My one and only is Stefania Fongo. If you're in the house, please, I want you guys to give it up to her. Because she took a big step on somebody like me. She said, Francis, what does financial freedom look like to you? But most importantly, how can you impact the next generation to live generational wealth? Because for the longest time I was working hard, but I didn't know what financial liberation looked like. But thank God to WFG. So I really want to say thank you to the Home Office. Our president came up here with Aegon Group saying that they have our backs. There are many people in this room looking for a place to take a big step. You have been at your job for 10 years. You have been at your job for 20 years, trying to take a big step, but they did not let you do it. But guess what? In one financial group, you can take that big step. Because if not, the cost of ignorance is more expensive than the price of knowledge. When I think about big steps, I'm thinking about my good friend. The very first person that I shared this opportunity with in 2020, he has never missed a big event like this one. I remember he showed up, sitting with me at the back. And right after our convention, I remember sitting down with him and writing a little policy. Not a lot. Because, most of us Africans, we come here and we have responsibilities back home. Or wherever you come from, there is somebody in your family that needs help. So I remember back then, we were trying to do a policy for him. Right after submitting the application, he got a call from back home. The father was sick. And so we had to change the face value from $500,000 to about $350,000. Something small is better than nothing, true. So we did that policy and submitted it. Thank God it got approved. 6 months ago, I got a call from the sister. And I was wondering, I've never spoken to her, I don't even know who she is. And she said one thing. My friend is home. And I remember the day we sat down and submitted that application. Because right after that, I did not also know he was the breadwinner of his family. There are many people here who are the breadwinners for their family. They are the ones shouldering the responsibility for everybody. They were barely one paycheck away from losing their home. I remember I've never had many calls in this country like many people here. 164 phone calls from that family. The mortgage had to be paid. The bills had to be paid. The funeral had to be arranged. And obviously they had to transfer the costs back home.
Obviously, probate happens, right? Probate happens to everybody. His 401k was frozen. Checking and savings frozen. Then the mom calls me and said, Francis, I remember you did something with my son. Submitted a claim, transferred that to that child. When I showed up to the family, they were 1 day away from getting kicked out of that house. When I think about big steps and big impact, that's what comes to mind. What if he said no? Like many people in the call, you are going to get rejections. But on your way to success, rejections are part of the process. Adversity should be an advantage. There is no one here who is going to get a no and then not do something about it. Many speakers have walked the stage and said no is part of the process. As you're building this business, remember this. You can impact your family by making that one phone. And then I also remember where I come from, in my small village back home. I called my aunt last year sometime. You know, many of us take life here for granted. You woke up today, you drank water. You were able to shower. Can you imagine there are 7 villages back home where I come from? Water is scarce. And because of that, children are dying from malaria. Children are dying from poverty and dysentery. But because of our financial group, we were able to build a well that will feed an entire community. Woo! Woo! When I think about impact and big steps, I have team members who have been sticking around. I want to say thank you to Rich Dolly because I know when he was creating this company or founding this company, he didn't know how tall I was, the skin color of me. He didn't know where I was going to come from, but they knew I was coming. They knew a day is going to come where I will say, you know what? I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. Thank you. There's going to come a day where I am sick and tired of working overtime, extra time, all the time. I want to say thank you to them for sticking around. I want to say thank you to Rob Day and the family for sticking around, for people like you to show up. I want to say thank you to Daniel Fondo for sticking around for people like you to show up. I want to say thank you to Rob Shi for sticking around for people to show up like me. Are you willing to stick around? Are you willing to stick around? Yes. I want you to get on your feet right now. I want you to get on your feet. Tell yourself, I am here to make a difference. I am going to stick around. For you to make an impact, you must stick around. Because if somebody asks you one thing, say this. I know what I know to make an impact. I know someone who knows what I don't know to make an impact. And that's all you need to know to make an impact.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Marketing Director, Shenhua Sun.
Okay, it's here. So, I'm under the great leadership of my mentor, Cassie Xia, and from great team, Chairman and the Chinese in the house. So, I'm on the stage because last year, I made my $5 ring. Sorry, this clicker looks like this. Okay, I made my $5 ring last year. I'm not low. Actually, my teammate, Yang Tai, also made 1.5. She's the first speaker. Isn't she great? Yeah, right? And so, back to the picture, you know, my friend, she's my best friend. Today, you all see this, right? We have known each other for 33 years. And she is my wife's roommate. Her husband scientist. A lot of people don't believe me. I give you truth. The day I joined WG, I will have 7 phone numbers in my cell phone. 7. Including my boss, my best friend, and my wife. You count how many other people. Today, I have more than 10,000 numbers in my cell phone. Is that a big step? Back to my past. I was born in Xinjiang, China, a remote desert area. No, my father was a farmer. My mom was an English teacher. So later on, to pursue my American dream, I come to the United States. This is when I get my PhD in chemistry and my wife. By the way, I will tell everybody, today is my wife's birthday. I never see this in all too many people. I will tell my mom, tell my wife, I love you and happy birthday. You even have people you love. You always see something in all the crowd people there. Today I cheer it. But after graduating, I found a job in biotech. But later on, in 2011, I got a layoff. The day when I lost my job, I dropped out of my house within 1 month. And my second baby was 5 months old, and my wife is a full-time mom. So it took me 6 months nightmare job looking. Through my 6-figure income till, I can find, I will do anything I can find. But later on, in 6 months, I found a technician job in medical school. They pay me $11 per hour. How do you like it? But after 3 months, professor lost money again. I lose job again. Then I found another technician. They pay me $12 per hour. $1 more. But I have to drive 1.5 hours away, 3 hours whole day for this job.
Oh.
How do you like this? If you were me, what would you do? So, this is my lowest point. Because this payment even cannot cover mortgage. So, I have to survive to support my family, right? So later on, what I do? Somehow part-time business. So what I did, I bought and resell the phones, computer, game solar, all the things. But do you know, it's not easy. Because someday I went outside midnight at the Apple store to buy 2 cell phones. Do you know at the time, if I buy 2, I can sell it right away to me $100 cash. So that's how I just survive. But later on, everything changed. I tried to think about, I discovered WG. No, this is my turning point. 2005, I joined WG. It totally changed my life. But do you know, I have a biggest challenge. You can never imagine. I have some physical problem. I cannot remember any people's name. I cannot remember people's face. It's called face blindness, right? That's my big problem. And as a technician for a while, I cannot smile. So what I did, I did a very small step. I practice smile. all the way to practice my smile. Then later on, I go outside and I'm super mall. I can practice good morning, hello, all this. Every day I practice 100, 200, 300 for a whole month. Someone tell me, are you crazy? Yes, I'm crazy, but I have no way, I don't know how to change it. Because, like I said, I don't remember anything. But today, if you say hi to me, if I don't remember you, it's so true, because in my brain, you are not exist. That's how you really it. Okay, so, but after the practice, I learned something magic. When I my friend magic behind I learned something called power of the simplicity, power of implication, power of display. I found something most beautiful. You see, what you are is God gave to you. It's your gift to the God. Let me ask you, is everyone thinking you are the best gift? Yes or no? I cannot hear. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Everybody have the best gift. We have an honest gift. We have to share the gift with all people around the world. Is that true?
Yes.
So, after a couple months practice, I realized, yes, I'm different, right? Everybody's different. I find my own. But that's why it's from my journey, from $11 per hour technician, 1.5 cash earner as a business owner. And it's my journey. This journey is not about money, not at all. It's about what kind of people you want to become, right? It's about what kind of belief you have to hold. What kind of belief you want to share? What kind of belief you want to live with in your life? And the people you love the most. My wife, she's my reason. She's my light. Do you have your reason to sit here? And do you have a light to share? Today is our big step. Thank you.
All right. We're about to kick this off to the other arena. But who wants to know why join and don't quit is the ultimate secret of our business? Because if you don't quit, sooner or later, you'll hear all the other secrets. Right? You'll be here. When I heard that message, join and don't quit, I don't know if anybody else learned the way I did, but I planted my flag. I decided that right there in that moment, as a result of everything that I saw going on at the convention. Not yet, DJ. But I saw everything going on at that convention. My vision had been stretched. My belief in what this company could do for families was solidified. And I knew as long as I didn't quit, whatever I was missing, that was keeping me from having the success that I wanted to have, sooner or later, if I kept showing up, I would hear it, or I'd catch it. Maybe I didn't even know how a product worked. Keep showing your trainings, you'll learn it. Maybe I didn't know how to have a presentation. Keep showing up, you'll learn it. Maybe I needed to grow as an individual and have some self-development. We're the most powerful self-development machine in the history of business. With what we have going on here and the leaders you get to follow. Maybe I was too young. Well, don't quit, you'll get older. Right? You are in. When someone chose to give you a phone call and gave you the opportunity to hear what this company could do and gave you a chance to come on board, they literally handed you the keys to a Ferrari. Now you just gotta learn how to drive it. You were given a winning lottery ticket. Now you just have to scratch it off. Success is inevitable if you choose it. I hope you understand how privileged you are to be sitting in this arena with this company, with the future it will give you, and how incredible that future will be. As great as your imagination is, as much vision as you think you have, you don't have the capacity to even imagine how good it's going to actually be. You stick it out, and you grind, and you work hard, and you build this business, the life that you will have. Before we kick this off, we got a DJ to kick off a little dance party. But I'm not dancing, you guys are. Get up, and there's some energy.
That's all right.
Senior Executive Vice Chairman Brian Bledsoe.
How's everyone doing, WG? How was last night? You know, it dawned on me today that we were celebrating all of us. And I want to just take a quick minute and thank, from the bottom of my heart, I want all of us to do it. I was so blown away with that presentation. And I think we have to thank Lard and Will and Todd and the entire WG and Trans-America leadership team for giving us the capital and the vision and the leadership to grow this thing huge. Let's hear it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it also dawned on me that I want one of those pods. Where's my pod? I want to come out of one of those pods right before a hired interview or a client jumps into my meeting. I'm going to freak some people out. There's no doubt about it. Hey, welcome everybody. This is not lost on me that 25 years ago, almost to the day, I was in this very arena. I was still working at Anderson Worldwide. I was a consultant, a CPA, corporate refugee, and I had started this thing. Anyone buddy, to describe this to your family member as I'm starting this thing? Well, that was me. I started a thing. And I came to Mandalay Bay. I was still working at Anderson. And I broke away from work 25 years ago. I was walking through this long hall into this very arena. And all of a sudden, I froze with fear. It was a Thursday, it was a work day, and I was still full-time. I'd taken this on part-time. I was walking through these corridors, and I literally just froze. I saw all these people. I saw happy people. I see people just buzzing around, like Art says, like bees. And I just froze, and I said, what am I doing? What in the world am I doing? I gotta get back to work. What if they find out I'm here? What if Anderson finds out I'm here? And it was one of the hardest things I ever did, just to continue to walk into this arena and be transfigured over the next couple of days. I want to talk to some of you that are corporate refugees. Actually, the people right there on the top, because that's where I spent my very first morning. And all of a sudden, and you've heard my story before, by the end of this session, I was right there. I don't know how I got on the floor, but I was literally right in the front row. And I knew that it was time for me to change. You know, the craziest thing is, I was the most linear thinking CP you probably ever met. For $600 an hour, I could tell all these corporations how to make it better, stronger, faster, how to outsource this, downsize that. But the funniest thing is, I was helping somebody else build their dreams, not mine. And my entire focus was hourly billings and flying around the globe and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And my moment of truth came here in this arena. And I pray that some of you might have one of those moments of truth too. And everyone told me, what are you doing? If you get out of accounting, if you put me in the CPA, it might be hard for you to get back into it. And to me, that's like telling a convict, if you break out of jail, you're going to have a hard time getting back in here. It's crazy. I was a prisoner. I was an absolute prisoner. And I'm telling you guys that 25 years ago, it was my time to grow. It was my time to start moving from a producer to a builder, from a linear thinker to an exponential visionary. It was my time. And I believe that it's some of your times in here too. I know, maybe even if it's not this year, I beg of you, stick with it. There's so much to this place. There is so much. And luckily, I found out after being 14 months full-time, at the end of this, everyone wants to know how the story ended. I came here in July of 2000. September 1st was my first day full-time. My last day at Anderson Worldwide was August 31st of 2000. The next 4 months, just brought in 8 people. They brought in 35. I have a team of 43 people, make SMD, and we're off to the races, my friends. That is what happens when we finally get it. So I'm excited for you guys. You know, in this day and age, we always want to know what AI is going to say. ChatGPT, Grok, whatever it is. Use whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. And it's always fascinating to me. Why do some people continue to think linearly? And some people, we just heard from the Michaud family about them, they just see in multiples. What's the difference? You talk about Schwan Wynn or Penny Oy and all these great leaders. What's the difference? And can I be like them? So I asked Grok. If you like Grok, that's great. If you like ChatGPT, I don't care. But I asked Grok, why do humans think linearly? Why am I programmed to think in straight lines? And it just so happens that it's all part of how we evolved, our brains evolved. And the bottom line is, it's because it's practical, we needed it for survival, and we've been conditioned from day one. Think about this, everybody. You go to grade school, why? You get good grades, you go to high school. Why do you want good grades in high school? So you can get into a good college. Why must you have good grades in college? So you can get a great job, or go to law school, or med school, or whatever. And then you're going to talk to an employer, they're going to talk to you, and they're going to interview you and make sure that you are right for them. And the funniest thing about it is we're all programmed to then retire at 65 and have a great retirement. That's our programming, where we've never been taught to think linearly. And I just find that fascinating. So I asked Rock again, can a human actually start to think exponentially? And here's what it said. I found this fascinating. I'm just going to share a couple of ideas with you. And there's an AI step-by-step guide how everyone in here can start to think exponentially. The first one is understand exponential growth. Grasp the concept. Now, if you were here last mind, if you're here today, how can you not grasp that this is a hockey stick? Even all of my Canadian friends know what a hockey stick is. You gotta start slow, and then boom, it goes off. I heard a Canadian in here. Is there a Canadian in this room? I don't want to show you guys up, but if I say anyone from Colorado in here, it'll be much louder. There you go. That's what I like. But just grasp that concept. Then focus on compounding effects. Train yourself to spot all the compounding that's happening around here. Number 4, I just want to point this out really quickly. What if our opportunity scales non-linearly? What if it really scales? Think of the rule of 72. What if everything grows disproportionately to how we've been trained? That's exactly what this thing is meant to do. Practice long-term thinking. Some of the leaders you saw last night have been in this thing for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years. And if we can just, as a group, start thinking longer term, that what you do now is going to matter in the future, so you do it right. You do it as ethically as possible. We change some lives, and you're going to be very proud of what you build here. I promise you on that. So practice long-term thinking. Leverage data, leverage tools, track metrics. Number 7, we all have a leader's bulletin. How do you compare on that? Track it. I love number 8, cultivate curiosity and openness. Be open to some of these new ideas. 25 years ago, my morning, I was way up there, and I was a little bit closed. In the afternoon, I was less closed. The second or third day, I was right up front saying, I'm so curious. How does something so simple, that's so necessary, how do people miss it? People don't know how to retire. People don't know how to get protection for their families. We show people how to have better lives. And that's the best thing about what we do. And I just love it. You'll never get tired of it. Number 9, train through practice. WFG is not a spectator sport. You've got to put on the pads. You've got to go out there and you've got to practice your trade. And lastly, save the best for last, you surround yourself with exponential thinkers. What happened last night? What happened this morning? Everyone we're going to be hearing from today, including the next 2 speakers, it's all about exponential. It's all about it. So expose yourself to it. Surround yourself with these experts. I predict that some of your lives will be changed because you made the decision to come here. And I can't wait to see who the next leaders are going to be in this organization, because we are desperately needed. So AI has a step-by-step guide on how to think exponentially. So does WFG. It's called the BFS system. I love the BFS. I love the 6 steps. I love the 8 speed filters. People sometimes will say, "You're still using them?" I'm like, "Yeah, it works great, doesn't it? It's fantastic." So guys, we're in for a great afternoon here today. I'm so excited to introduce the next 2 speakers. The first speaker is from Edmonton, Canada. I love Edmonton. I got a lot of friends in Edmonton. But Bernardo Infante. Bernardo is kind of one of those corporate refugees, an industrial engineer working in a mine, 46 degrees below zero, looking out the window. Kind of like what I did when I was talking to him. It's like, you look out the window and just say, "Does a grown man do this for a living?" And he goes, "Yeah, that was me. I did the same thing." But listen to this, guys. He has produced in 10 years 38 SMDs. He's got 16 ring earners, 500 licensed reps, 500. And he just got his $1.5 million ring, and it's soon to be $2 million. So you're going to be hearing from Bernardo, first of all, and then we got Brendan Hendricks. Oh my gosh, what a stud. What a stud. Division I athlete, baseball player, University of San Francisco. His wife played hockey for Dartmouth. Yes, the Dartmouth. And these 2 are a power couple. They are doing the business the right way. He's been in this business for 9 years. He came straight out of college, never had quote-unquote a real job, right? And he appreciates what we have here. You're going to be hearing from him. He is outstanding, 150 licenses. He's got 8 SMDs. He tells me that he's going to be an EBC here in another 2 months, and he is soon to have that $1.5 million ring. Everybody, I give you, please let a WFG welcome to Bernardo Infante.
Yeah.
You all can go now.
Yeah.
Well, they called my name. Fonte, right?
Oh, it's me, Silly, Bernardo Fonte.
Oh, okay, Papito. Thanks for making our name great. Te amo.
That's what I want to be talking about, guys, is turning your name into a legacy. Because you have two options here, guys. You have number one, you can follow your legacy that the parents give you, or you can build a new one. So for me, there you go. Started not at a great start. I was born in the north of Mexico. Any Latinos in the house? So I didn't have a good start because guess what? At 3 years old, my parents had this idea of getting divorced. So when they split, I was like in the middle. I was like drifting from one house to another. So if my mom would say yes, I would go with my dad to get for permission. If my dad would say no, or vice versa. In the first 18 years of my life, I was like that, jumping from one place to another. So I was like, that was not a good start. I'm like, man, I just need one opportunity, just a real chance. So somebody told me, hey, you should get a good education. My recommendation is go to school. Engineering sounds fine. People need oil and gas, so you should go into school. And all those great ideas, but when I went for getting the resources and paying for my tuition, guess what? Nobody gave me the money. I talked to my parents. I went from one side and say, son, sorry, I don't have the money. I went to the other side and say, sorry. They got remarried and they got their own families. And then I went and talked to my uncles. They were a little bit more well off. Nothing crazy, but I also talked to them, and I don't blame them except then they say no. I was like kind of in the middle, was a little wild. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. So I went to work in different random jobs between the 18 to 20 years old just to get enough resources and enough money so I could go back to school. So then I went back and I got like a scholarship with a combination of the income that I had, and I continued going there. But guess what? At the end, looking for one chance, I got my education, my degree, but there's no jobs, no opportunities. So then I started applying online, and that's when I find this opportunity to move into Canada. Any Canadians? I'm so grateful for Canada. They received me with open arms. They made me the man, the family man that I am right now. They made me wealthy. Pretty much, I love Canada. So I moved there, but I didn't start as an engineer. They give me the Canadian shovel. So instead of construction and landscaping, I started removing snow. At -40 with a pair of jeans, a t-shirt, and that's cold, man. You feel everything. Or pretty much you don't feel anything. So I started working there, and then obviously after a couple of years, I started working the corporate ladder, and then somebody told me, hey, you're gonna find a really good job, work oil and gas, you're professional, you're bilingual, you can do well, and then I started working with a big corporation. But they promised me job security. Let me tell you, audience, WG, it's a lie, job security. After a couple of years, I was working, what Brian was talking about, -30, -40 in the winter, and they laid me off after like an uncertainty in the Middle East, and I was laid off, and I was like, man, I'm just looking one opportunity, but a real one, an opportunity that they're gonna lay me off, and then I got with this amazing company called WG, and it's a real deal, guys. They told me they will never lay you off. It will measure, it will magnify your work ethic. So if you do well, nobody will stop you. They will not stop your promotions. And I start building and building and building. I got licensed in a couple of weeks. And then MD, SMD, by year 7 or 8, we start crossing 7 figures. So it was like amazing, but it was just a work ethic that we see here in WG, guys. And then there's no other candy company there. It's the strength of character. I can see with my leadership, with the Camps and the Gregs, the Reals, the Rajas, the Rich Stallies, the Monty Holmes, you cannot duplicate that. And that's why I planted my flag, and I started doing and building, and I'm so happy that I got the recognition for the MVP for the team last night, and things have been amazing. But the thing, guys, 10 years ago, I never thought that I was gonna need WG. I wanted WG to have my back. So you saw my two boys, my oldest son, his name is the same, Bernardo Fonte, and he's been with me like through thick and thin, and always a positive attitude, and I'll put him on soccer academies, and so I want him to just be competitive and be there. But just recently, in December, he got picked in the academy, and I want to talk to the coach, just to ask like improvement and coachability. But the coach told me there's nothing wrong with his skills. It's with his size, his height and weight.
Because right now he's starting to be more competitive. He's going to start competing with people who are like 15, 14 years old, so they double their size and double their weight, so he cannot play in this division. If not, he's going to probably get injured. And I know Mexicans are short, I'm not denying that, guys. So when you're playing with Caucasians who are like 7 feet tall, I get it, but I start getting a little concerned. Because also, I have a couple classmates in Gisea, which is the shortest. So I would talk to my wife, she's been really supportive, say, hey, let's take our kid back to Mexico, let's get the best doctors, and why not Canada? Because he's free, but it's not fast. And I didn't fast. I didn't care about the time off, so I grabbed my sons, I took them to Mexico, they did run a bunch of tests, and MRIs and x-rays and everything. He got multiple arms, and the doctor came and talked to us and said, hey, there's nothing wrong with your son, but he's not producing the growth hormone. So I was in shock. I'm in his office and say, generally speaking, someone his age should be producing around like 500 units, and your son is only producing 150. So, two options. Number one, you can just let it go and see if it grows and just watch the development. Or there's a treatment, but it's really expensive. It's something similar, probably for the people who are like sports. It's the same treatment that Lionel Messi, a soccer player, used to pretty much use and to get treated for. And he was telling me all that stuff, and you start like listening, and then my son looked at me and say, hey, Dad, can you do that for me? I promise I will do my homework, I will eat better, I will sleep better. And the doctor said, hey, just let you know, it's gonna be expensive, it's gonna be for 10 years because you need to stop. Like if you start right now, you cannot stop. We cannot send the medication to Canada for regulation, so you will need to come to Mexico, bring it back, or somebody from Mexico bring it to Canada. And without blinking, guys, and that's pretty much what WG gives to everybody here, guys. So I say, absolutely, that's fine. Put in the treatment. It has been a success. He has grown from December this year to right now like 7 centimeters. He has gained a lot of weight. He got picked out his team. He's doing phenomenal. So my message for you guys, what legacy are you gonna follow, guys? There's no excuse. Don't quit, because it's not what you live to your family, it's what you live in your family. Thank you so much, guys. God bless you. See you at the top.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO Brandon Hendricks.
And my goodness, I was excited about it. And I've never jumped on a plane before, but I imagine that's what it's kind of like behind the stage is you're waiting, they send you out, there's no going back. And I'll share a bit of my story and my background. I'm from Canada and Canadians. And I grew up in Alberta, Canada, and I was an athlete. Played all kinds of sports as a kid. It was hockey and baseball and golf. And I fell in love with baseball. At a young age, I was drafted professionally by the Philadelphia Phillies, and I had an opportunity to represent my country, playing for Team Canada, and instead of signing professionally, I opted to go to the University of San Francisco. And we got some Yawns in the crowd, right on. And I shared the field with some household names, the Chris Bryants, and the Aaron Judges, and the Walker Buehlers of the world. And I want you to understand, baseball wasn't just a sport for me. It wasn't just a hobby or something I did. I mean, it was my life. It was 15 years of everything I ever poured into this thing, and it was early mornings and late nights. The athletes know what I'm talking about. In the latter part of my career, I mean, it was 350 days a year of getting after it and going to work. And I remember the exact day. In fact, I remember the exact month that came to an end. You know, it was a warm summer day, and a little bit humid outside. There's a slight breeze, and it's draft day. And I talked to a bunch of teams, so I'm excited to get picked up again. And I'm sitting in the room, and I'm staring at my phone, and I'm anxious because I'm waiting for the call, somebody to pick it up, and I picked up the phone, and they say, "Hey, Brendan, we're calling you up. We want you to be a Yankee, or we want you to be a Blue Jay or a Red Sox." And that day, the last pick was the Los Angeles Angels. Never forget it. A senior got drafted, and I thought to myself, good for him, his dream's still alive. And my dream closed in that moment. I think for a lot of you, you can't relate to the athletic part of that, but I think for all of us, we can relate to pouring our heart and soul into something. Right? We can relate to pouring our heart and soul into something, and maybe it comes to an end. It's a job, it's a career, it's a business we had to close, or a relationship that came to an end, or maybe it's your kids. 18 years of your life, and all of a sudden you take them to school for the last time, you come back to your house, and you're an empty nester, and you're left holding the bag, and there I was, and I'm looking at the rear view mirror of my life, 22 years old, thinking the best days of my life are behind me, and that's a scary thought at 22 versus 42 or 60. It's just a scary thought in general. And so I floundered for a little while to try to figure out, what I was going to do with my life, and then WG came across my life, and it's done a lot for me. In the early stages, it gave me purpose. Right on Sunday night, I was excited to go to the office on Monday. I was able to sink my teeth into something, be passionate again, and I was fueled by faith early on. Anybody else fueled by faith in this room? I was nervous, and I was scared, and everybody says this, but it was true. It was this building, 2016, I sat right over there, and I just saw too many examples. I just saw too many examples of different walks of life, and races, and religions, and ethnicities, and different ages, and that seed of hope got planted that, maybe you can make this thing happen. And for the first time in a long time, I started to dream again. My identity was so tied to my previous career that all of a sudden I'm sitting there and I write in my notebook that someday I'm going to get called up to speak in Vegas. And we began that journey, and this was the hardest speech I've ever planned. For a lot of reasons, there's 22,000 people, so that probably doesn't help. But a big part of it is you want to give the answer. How did you have success? How did it work for you? And looking back at my career and looking at a lot of people, I think what a lot of people do is they draw a definitive line. They got their business and they completely separated from their life and their family and their hobbies, and they draw that line. And they got this constant internal battle, right? This internal battle, they're constantly negotiating a price, asking themselves, is it worth it to go all in? And they come to an event like this, and they get fired up and they're excited, but they're sitting there and they know there's something still in the tank. And I know because I've sat out there and I've still had more to give. And then somewhere along the way, my wife and I decided, we're going to take all the chips, we're going to put it all in. We're going to erase that line, and it's no longer clock in, clock out. It's not a 9 to 5 WG ends, your life begins. It just became all melted together. And what I realized is we weren't sacrificing our family, we were sacrificing for our family. There was nothing we were going to do to get to the goal that we wanted to get to, and so we went to work 9 years ago. And if you would have asked me, what's the work in WG at that time, I would have told you it's the meetings, it's the calls, it's all that kind of stuff. What I didn't realize is the real work is becoming a new version of yourself. I mean, I remember coming to these events at a Rich Valley retreat, and I'd be sitting out there thinking, damn it, I gotta get better. I gotta become a better spouse, father, teammate, in all different areas. And 9 years ago, if I look at the secret, we put the chips in the middle, and we became better versions of ourselves year after year, year after year. And I've never been the fastest to success. It's never been an overnight meteoric rise. I was the runner-up MVP 5 years in a row. Nobody knew my name. And we started recruiting some people, and we had a little bit of success. And we poked our head up, we got a promotion. And then all of a sudden, we started to promote some other people. And then the full circle moment came about a month ago. I'm sitting in my house, and sorry, I'm an emotional disaster when I speak, so if I cry, stay with me. But I'm sitting in my house, my wife's making breakfast, and it's deja vu. It's that moment again. It's a warm summer day, leaves on the trees are green, a little bit of humid, slight breeze. And I'm sitting there and I'm staring at my phone. And I get anxious. This time for a different reason, because it starts raining. And it's not the Toronto Blue Jays or the New York Yankees 9 years later. I look at the phone, and it's a 404 area code. It says Georgia on it. And I pick up the phone, and on the other side of the phone, it says Susan Davies. She said, hey, Brennan, congratulations. We want to call you up. We're going to go ahead and speak in Vegas. And I think about that moment. It's not the act of speaking in Vegas. It's what speaking in Vegas represents. It's going all in. It's the person you became to get here. And one of my teammates asked me, he said, Brennan, what are you most excited about speaking in Vegas? And I said, well, I'm nervous as hell to start with. That's what I told him. I said, I'm excited for me, I'm excited for our team. Like, so truth be told, the thing I'm most excited about is someday I'll be able to share this moment with my grandkids. And it's not going to be the 8-minute version. I'm going to give them the good, the bad, the ugly, the whole deal. And I'm going to say we went all in this person that I had become to go from sitting up there to standing up on stage. And I did it with my wife. I did it with my kids. And the journey was so worth it on the other side. So my hope for you, if you're sitting in here and something's stirring and you want to go for this thing, go back home and go all in. You hear all the speakers coming out. That's the secret recipe. If there was one secret, it's going all in. And the best part about it is we'll just get started. Thank you so much for this.
I met David when I was about 23 years old. He came to our home. We had a good conversation. He very well laid out the importance of life insurance. I come from a family who had some untimely situations. In the fall of 2011, my father was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. When my father ultimately passed, I recall my mother having a very easy claims process. And not only that, I believe David personally came, delivered the check, and personally made sure that the paperwork was filed timely and correct. It was something that my mother was able to use to move forward, invest, and be in a very good position today because of it. I was married in 2015, and one of the first decisions that we made was to get life insurance. At the time, we were just married, no children, so you may have asked the question, well, do we really need life insurance, right? Given my background and history and understanding, I figured it would be very important to have it. Unfortunately, it was something I really needed. In 2018, we had our daughter. She was born, and 3 months after, they found out my wife had breast cancer. There was a lot of hospitalization and treatment. Ultimately, she did pass away in 2024. And at that point, there was a situation to make a claim, and likewise, very similar to my father's situation, David, at the forefront, made sure that the claim was processed on time and timely. That was a very, very crucial thing to have. The way it was executed was very timely, given that that was a time when there was a lot of other things that needed to manage. In that moment, I felt like David was just another member of my family doing this for me, looking into it, expediting it, making sure that I was taken care of. He attended my wife's funeral. He came to visit while she sat down to us, and made sure that he made me aware that what the next steps were, what I needed to do, and every time I reached out to him, he made himself available. So I know he's a fine agent that works for the organization, but to me, he's very much like an older brother in many ways.
We will provide with service to family and constantly communication with mission. We are able to build a long-term relationship with our customers.
All things being told, I feel like in a time of tremendous loss, there's an element of hope, and with these resources, I can move forward in a way that allows for stability for myself and my daughter.
Oh! In 1993, I got a phone call from my dad, who had actually been with the predecessor company of our predecessor company. And he said, a group of leaders that he was aligned with had started a new company. He said, one of the co-founders lives about 10 minutes from me. His name's Rich Foley. He said, if I could give you a meeting with him, would you be willing to go and talk to him? I was 23 at the time.
Almost.
I had no idea what I was about to walk into. I almost didn't take the meeting. Imagine having an opportunity to meet with a co-founder of the company, but being so young and naive, you almost don't take the meeting. Luckily I did. As you can imagine, you sit down with Rich Foley, and he tells you our company story, you're going to get recruited. And I did. He said, come back next Tuesday and bring some people with you, and we'll get your business started. And so I brought a couple of people. One was Kevin McGinnis, and one was my wife, Tiffany. If you haven't been told this yet, the most important recruit you ever recruit is your spouse. Now, a lot of people have asked me over the years, as I talked about earlier, my first 4 years I only made $20,000. We were married, already had one child. And they said, how did you get spousal support when you only made $20,000 over 4 years? Here's the secret to that. You marry them young and broke. And hot. But that way they don't know any better. She thought we were rich. I wish you could plan that out. Unfortunately, that's not duplicatable. I just got lucky. We built our business. Fast forward to 2010. Our oldest daughter, Lacey, turned 18, wanted to get a code number. And so we recruited her. Now, my plans for her, being our first child, growing up in the business, was for her to go to college, get an education. I wanted her to go to corporate America, so that if she decided to do our business, she would have a contrast. She would appreciate what we had. And so we sat down and I had that conversation with her, and instead she closed me on the fact that she didn't need a contrast. She said, I've been going to Hawaii every year for my entire life. I've been traveling the world. I have this incredible life that this company has given our family. Why in the world would I go through all those other steps to figure out what I already know, which is I want to do WFG. Next in line was my son Hunter and his wife. See, we started taprooming the family. And then after Hunter was my daughter and her husband, Madison and Christian. By the way, Lacey's very close to hitting CEO, right? Right? Christian Madison about to hit EMD, cost over $250,000 a year. Then our two youngest, we have Hartley and Everly. Hartley just turned 18. And I didn't actually know was like, hey, we gotta get your code number. And Madison goes, we did that the day she turned 18. What are you talking about, Dad? And so she got her code number. Everly's 16 and is trying to figure out how to get it. She's kind of like in World War II. We had the 15 to 16-year-olds that wanted to sneak into the armed forces to go fight for America. That's what she's trying to do in WFG. She's trying to figure out how she can sneak in at 16. But here's what's interesting about this. One, they're getting coded and licensed because I built a business over the last 32 years that I own. Did you guys know you own your businesses? And I had planned on passing that on to my family. Right? That's one of the greatest things about our company, is that you go work hard and you build a business and it becomes a generational wealth machine for you. And so that was my goal, right? Get them licensed, get them in the business so I can pass the business on to them. Here's the problem though. They're building their own businesses, so they don't need my wealth. They're building their own. Isn't that powerful? So I have to stretch my vision. This is no longer parents passing on your business to your kids, because ideally you'll be alive long enough to watch your kids build their own businesses. I'm now, okay, I gotta pass my business on to my grandchildren. And so it becomes a generational hopping situation. But my oldest grandchild is 10 years old. I plan on living another 30 or 40 years, so they'll probably start building their business. I'm gonna be passing it on to my great-grandkids. And they'll be doing the same. That's why I said earlier, the most powerful word spoken from this stage today was when Aegon, the CEO of Aegon, said, Aegon has your back. I want a business that I can pass on to these guys and their kids that's going to be here. But here's the last thing I want to say about this. When you start building wealth, you start associating with people who aren't our company that also have some wealth. And here's the most interesting thing I've learned about people who build wealth outside of here. They trade their lives for that wealth. They trade their time. They work their entire lives. Very rarely do they ever have the opportunity to enjoy what they build. And as a result of that, very rarely do you see children follow the footsteps of wealthy parents. Because they grew up, and I didn't know my dad. I didn't know my mom. We had a great life, we had a great house, we had great cars, but they were busy taking care, and they appreciate it, but mom and dad just weren't around. On the reverse side, at WFG, our kids got to experience a mom and dad that were present, that was at every soccer game and baseball game and dance recital and all the things that go on, traveled the world together, that was able to homeschool them. We had to homeschool because we travel all the time. And school systems don't like it when you take your kids out of school. So we just hired a teacher and had them come in and teach them, right? As a result of the life that they experienced, I couldn't talk them into doing anything other than WFG. See, that's the most powerful testimony to what we have, is will your children follow in your footsteps in this business? And they will if you build it right, and you build it big, and you make sure you run a system. You run a system, the system runs your business. And this company gives you an incredible life that your family will be proud of and they'll want to be a part of. And you get to transfer and pass it on. So thank you guys for coming out. We're going to introduce our first two speakers of the second session this afternoon. Our first speaker is Laura Council, EBC, In 2023, she was named Forbes Washington State Top 10 Best In-State Financial Securities Professional. In 2024, she moved up to number 4 on the Forbes list of in-state financial security professionals. She's a $1.5 million earner. Our second speaker will be Amelia Marco Sarbin. She was a CPA. Obviously, with that background, saw the power of what we do for families. She's published 2 books within the last 8 months, and she's an executive vice chairman. But to kick this off, please help me welcome Laura Council.
What amazing 24 years with World Financial Group. It is my journey of pursue happiness as a purpose of life. So I feel very blessed to be back, please. Yeah. I feel very blessed. Through this journey, not only myself realize dreams, but also at the same time, I'll be able to help others to do the same. I'm one of the leading example of so many WFG success stories. And so I see a lot of new people in house. I'm going to share with you my journey, the support I receive, and something beyond the money. Back 1 page, please. Okay, like Rob introduced, I started business in 2001. My background is international trade. Is 2001, I was introduced to this business by one of my MBA classmates. So 2003, I started to open the TFA office. 2016, I started making 7-figure income, which I never, I never think about it before I keep doing WFG. And 2023, our team promoted us the EVC team, and 2023 both years, I was ranked as a top 10 financial security professional by Forbes. Yeah, that is for me. I think it's as a professional, that is a great milestone and honor for me. And beginning of this year, I start to, reaches a 1.5 million income. But it's a lot of great things happening. The future is so bright. This year, we are going to move forward, big step up, and make a big impact. Before I came to United States, as I was in the international trade, I already have business mind, so job is not my option. It's at that time, so I work with 2 of my partners who do the international trade. It's a seafood business with US and also sell to Europe, South Asia, and China. And I want to have freedom. I think that each of you also, what's your definition of freedom? At that time, is I want to have more money, so when I spend money, I don't need to think about it. I want to have more time, and also I want to have some money free. And in 1998, I still remember that the Valentine's Day, February 14th, I came to the United States, and I pursued its American dream. And I got my MBA degree, and married to my husband, and in 2001, my life changed, my career changed. That is because I'm with WFG. And I really made the decision is because of the Las Vegas convention in July. I joined at the beginning of 2001, and in July, I came to the convention. I see so many success stories, so I made the decision that is I want to make this business work. We are this business, we are entrepreneur, we help people, and also the income is unbelievable. And so journey. At the beginning, each of us, we start from zero, right? And I tell myself is I need to use my pen, my own pen, to pay the bills. When I build up a team, I want to build up legacy. So our team, we are not that fast, but I can proudly to say we are slow and steady. But from this year on, we need to be fast. And it's a business, it's for yourself, but not by yourself. And I really want to appreciate the support we receive. The WFG's platform is great. I want to say thank you, our President Todd, and you guys, you lead an incredible leadership team. You guys make the platform so easy to use for entrepreneurs. And I want to thank you for all the providers. Are you in house? You know, this business cannot be really be run successfully without you guys. You guys, internal wholesaler, home office, internal wholesaler, you guys do the hard efforts in the business, work as a team. Thank you. And I want to thank you for my mentorship. You guys need a good example, commitment in the field, enjoy what you do. Tell me this is so well. Thank you, Mr. Smallway. Thank you, Kevin Hoy. Thank you, Catherine Wong. You guys make a big impact to me and our team. And I want to especially thank you for our TFA team. Thank you, Michelle Berry. Your team is awesome. And TFA 365 will make a big impact. Yeah, so that is make our broker dealer as a world-class broker dealer. We'll be able to enhance our service to the client. We also be able to attract a lot of good industry people to our team, including CPAs, attorneys, yeah, so on. So I appreciate your support. Thank you very much. And this is a family business. So this is a picture my brother worked with me for over, yeah, it's full time. He just promoted as EMD, and my husband in the beginning supported me full time. It's very free. And about 4 years ago, I was able to retire him from the engineer job. And he spent a lot of good time with 2 boys and 3 dogs. Okay, and this year we'll be able to put a worker from the house on Lake Washington. And the previous owner is a celebrity. So, what a great business. This is, you can do business with your schoolmates, your roommates, and your buddy from the church. This business allows you to do that. The pictures you guys see, we are in the same dorm 30 years ago. And she is the senior marketing doctor right now. This is WFG and we put in and Julia is 15 years with the same church, and she's a senior marketing doctor. And we travel the world together. You guys can tell it's WFG makes my, it's my dream is live a good life and make, have fun and also, is make an impact. But WFG's business is bring the family together, we travel. Yeah, so I think that is a very dream for me. Yeah, make a difference for the client. Yeah, so these 2 examples is basic claim and also critical illness. So I think I feel good is when people in need, we are there to help. And this is all of our associates. We make a difference for their lives. Okay, what do you think about this? If you can help somebody change their life, what a great feeling you have. Is it meaningful in your life? This business can allow you to do that. And we make a difference for the community. And together, back in pandemic, the beginning of the pandemic, our team do this. And the company match us $5,000. Thank you, WFG. So let's live, love, and love. And this year, make a great step, okay? And make a big impact. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Vice Chairman Amelia Marcos-Arbank.
I thank God for how far He's brought us. I thank Him for where He's taking us. I was at a riot room. He told me what is happening. Example of that. So, what does it mean? If you stay long enough, all the people say no to you, they will eventually try and run your business like this. When I started 10 years ago, as part of my food training, I sat down with a guy. He was not ready. His name is Lieutenant Commander Akula. We went to his house. He wasn't ready. But guess what? 5 years later, he was ready. And through him, on his team, an MD that recruited a tax preparer, and through that MD company and brought in this tax preparer. And the first
secret phone trick, I bet you.
What if I had quit? When he said no, if I got under my bed and tried and quit, those 3 children were the beneficiaries of both that $700,000 check. Babies. So, how do you not quit when everybody says no to you? How do you not quit when your friends are running away from you? How do you not quit when everybody around you is making money back to you? How do you not quit when everybody was up the stage? And you see that it is gratitude. You have to be grateful. You have to be grateful. Okay? You haven't made money, fine. By the way, the BNG is a marathon, not a sprint. If no matter how long you've been here, even if today is your first day, being around us already is learn something. So you have to be grateful. So I want you to do something. Okay? I want you to do
People always ask you, why do you play slots on your phone? It's all fake. Just the jackpot.
Cash flow. Let's also, and that clouds our judgment and takes away our sense of gratitude. And we forget the internal growth that happens. Now look at me, I'm shy. I'm very shy. Very shy. I didn't tell anybody. That is called growth. You guys get it? So, say something here. Think of this. What have you learned so far? Okay, I need you. I'm going to give you homework. Tonight, do no searching. Since you've been around us, please do this for you. Okay? Write that this. That you find since you've been around the BRT, since you've been on the platform, or since you've been around all of us. Do that for you. And every morning, be grateful. Be grateful for the opportunity because being around us, I'm telling you, if you stay, attend all trainings, every training, every convention, every event, if you do that consistently, I'm telling you, the people who are saying no to you today will call you. And if you keep going, you always learn something. There's something called knowledge. Your kids are not going to be taught what we know these days. We know that it's established. But you can pass on what you are learning here to your children. Don't pass on to their children. So the money you are leaving behind, don't know how to manage. I know you say you do a trust, but trust me, the trust is that the custodian is managing. But if you pass on the education that you are learning, whatever you have become from here, your hard work will go very far. The whole community will be changed. I'm so grateful for my team. I'm so grateful for your trust. I'm so grateful that you are in partnership. And for you, we are going to eradicate poverty from the face of the earth.
Gentlemen, I've seen it all. I'm all in on this opportunity. WFG, winning feels great! Hey guys, we've got a couple of stud builders coming to you from Vancouver. I hear you guys from Vancouver. You guys are gonna absolutely love what these gentlemen have to say. First of all, Ali Reza, 20 SMDs, 3 EMDs. He's been in the business for over a decade, $1 million earner. He has got a message that inspires. Get ready to take some incredible notes. Ali Reza is the real deal. And right after him, none other than Nima Attar. I love both these guys. They are incredible. They're an example every day. Let me tell you a couple of things about Nima. He started his career at WFG at 18 years of age. By the time he was 23, he became the first youngest $1 million earner in WFG history. He then became the youngest $1.5 million ring earner in WFG history at age 28. He is absolutely killing it. 500 licenses. He is growing. He's one of the super builders, and he's got a very, very special message for all of us. So I encourage you to sit down, get ready to have your mind blown, get ready to take some incredible notes. Ladies and gentlemen, I first of all give you Mr. Reza.
Wow, amazing. How are we doing, everyone? Great. My name is Ali Reza. I'm from Vancouver, Canada. I'm very, very excited to be here. First of all, I want to thank God for making it possible. I want to thank my family, my uplines, Dave, Raja, Rial, and my amazing team. Now, I want to be honest with you guys. When I was back there, someone told me that if I'm nervous, I should imagine the audience naked. Now, I don't know how it's supposed to help me, but seeing all the leaders in front, it's not helping, all right? So if you're up here, don't do it. Now, I want to tell you my story. I started the business 12 years ago, and I saw the opportunity. It made sense to me. But I had a big issue. I have a severe stutter, all right? Now, I realized in order to build the business, in order to make it sell, in order to recruit, you need to speak. And if you have a stutter, it makes it very, very challenging. But I said, you know what? Challenge accepted. I want to make it happen. Now, so first order of the business, I needed to pause with an approach. I got 15 rejections at the beginning. I did 15 approaches and 15 rejections, all right? I said, you know what, this is not working for me. Let me get my license. I have a business degree, and the license should be okay. Now, the life license in Canada is much harder than what you guys have here in the US. So, I take my first attempt, I failed. Second one, failed. Third one, failed. Are you ready for this? I failed my exam 10 times. I swear to God, the insurance
canceled in Canada, they came up with the new rules for it. Because after like 4 attempts, you have to wait 2 months, 3 months, and 6 months. After 6 attempts, they told me, we don't have any guidelines for you. So I passed it. That's why I'm here. Thank you. Now I want to share some points with you. Okay. Some actionable takeaways. Now, if you're going through hardship, if you're going through challenges, remember this, you're not alone. You are not alone. Although I had a stutter, but I was standing here speaking to you guys. Although I failed my exam 10 times, I made more than $1 million last year. Although I have 50 rejections, now we have to build more than 20 SMEs. So I realize in the business, you don't have to be perfect to win. You have to be committed and consistent at what you do. All right, so some actionable tips. Why actionable? Because the information I want to give you, if you just know it, is priceless. It's not going to help you, all right? You have to take action on the things that you know. Number one, be clear on what you want and why you want it, right? If you know what you want, you become committed. Because a lot of people are just interested, all right? When you're interested, you're not going to go out of your comfort zone. But if you're committed, you're going to make it happen. So the question that you need to ask yourself, are you committed to make your dreams to come true, or are you just interested? Number two, stop negotiating the price. I have a news for you. You have to pay the price either way. You either pay the price now by going out of your comfort zone, you're going to have challenges, and along the way, you're going to have a profitable business. Or stay in the comfort zone, it's okay, relax, and you're going to pay another price, pay off regret. Okay? So you choose the price. Next one, ownership mentality. This is the big one. When you own something, everyone, you take responsibility. Now, imagine this. You have invested $100,000 in your business. How would you treat your business? Treat that right now. Next one. Stay excited when things are not exciting. Now, when everything is exciting, when you're making money, when you're recruiting, when you're getting recognized, it's easy to be excited. Yes? Yes. However, when you're in the darkness, when you're at your lowest point, is it easy? No. You need to have faith. And remember this. Your lowest point is the doorway to your highest self. You don't understand the value of the darkness until it has passed. Because of the darkness, you understand and realize how to become the light, how to become the source of hope, not only for yourself, for others. When you become the light, you can shine and can find the way, not only for yourself, and you can shed the light and show the ways to everyone. Then you become the leader that you want to be, all right? Think big. This business can turn your annual income to your monthly income.
You cannot get that anywhere else. Last one, be here tomorrow. Whatever happens today, be here tomorrow. Whatever happens today,
be here tomorrow.
Be here tomorrow, all right? This is my social media. It's my pleasure to be here and everyone. I remember when I started the business, I always wanted to be on stage, all right? Your dreams are valid. Keep dreaming. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Vice Chairman Nima Attar.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to start off by thanking my family for always supporting me, my mentor Dave Busheri, and every single one of my team members, because without them, none of this would be possible. Today, I want to talk to you about the most important ability required for success. In fact, if there was a leaderboard that ranked the most important ability to at least, this would easily be number one. And it's the ability to persist and never give up. Now I know as soon as I say that, there's people in the crowd. Here we go. Another guy who's gonna tell us not to quit. But hold on a second. Every person who's achieved their dreams has one thing in common. They never gave up. And every person who's failed to achieve their dream has one thing in common. At some point they quit. And perseverance is a skill, it's an ability that you develop. So today I want to talk to you about the habits that I developed that help me persevere in the toughest times of my business. And here's the first one. You have to set the right expectations. If you've come into this business thinking it's a get rich quick, that everyone you talk to is going to be super supportive, that all your family and friends are just going to line up waiting to buy insurance from you and ruin your business, I got some bad news for you. Here's the truth. This is a very simple business, but it's also a very challenging business. Why is it so simple? Because if you want to make more income, all you have to do is talk to more people about these amazing products and services. If you want to make more passive income, all you have to do is have more licensed agents on your team talking to more people about these amazing products and services. That's it. But what makes it so challenging is developing the emotional capacity required to handle it. And just like how an athlete has to tear their muscles and rebuild them again, this business will push your emotions to the limit and tear you down. You're gonna feel like quitting. You're gonna have to handle rejection. You're gonna have people in your team that you believe in let you down and quit. You're gonna go through a lot of pain and doubt. But every time you choose to move forward, your emotional capacity increases. And as your emotional capacity increases, your results grow alongside it. I remember when I first started this business, I would look around, seeing all these people that were older than me, that were highly educated, that had way more experience, come into business and quit just as fast. And I think, how the hell is a 20-year-old kid like me, who dropped out of university, gonna succeed here if they can't? But here's what I realized. We all go through similar challenges in this business, but very few people keep going and most quit. So when all my friends and family rejected me and I had no one else to talk to, I really wanted to quit. But I stopped and said, thousands of other people chose to quit here. Because I won't, that's why I deserve to succeed. When my team quit on me for the 10th time, and I wanted to quit with them, I stopped and said, thousands of other people chose to quit in this moment. Because I won't, that's why I deserve to succeed. And not only did that increase my confidence, but guess what? Every time I chose to go through that pain and move to the other side, I found my next level. Here's the next habit that actually saved my career. I chose to only focus on what I can control and leave the rest to God.
Amen.
Can you control who says yes to you and who doesn't? Can you control how many people you talk to until you get your yeses?
No.
Can you choose who stays in your business and who quits?
No.
Can you choose how many people you recruit until you find your superstar? Can you choose who becomes your client and who doesn't? Can you choose how many people you educate on these amazing financial products and services until the right ones say yes? So what I did was very simple. I had a game plan of how many people I had to prospect every day, of how many people I had to follow up with every day, and how many meetings I needed to do. And I had faith that as long as I put in the right numbers, eventually, sooner or later, the numbers would work in my favor. I had faith that if I do the right things, eventually, sooner or later, the right things would happen. Now, the next habit that I developed not only helped me persist, but the amateur performer and the elite performer is how quickly you go from negative back to positive. Let me give you a quick example. Mr. A has their favorite team member quit on them, and they get heartbroken so badly that for 3 months they don't recruit a single person. Mr. B, on the other hand, has the same favorite team member quit on them, but the next day they recruit someone else. Who's going to build a bigger team faster? Obviously, Mr. B. And by the way, it doesn't matter how much potential Mr. A has. It doesn't matter how skilled they are. It doesn't matter who they know, who they don't. If you're going to suffer for 3 months, you're going to lose out on opportunity. You're going to miss out on team members that you could have had on your team that go on someone else's. If there's one thing you're going to remember from my speech, let it be this. Life is 10% what happens to you, 90% how you react to it. And if you react like $1 million earner, sooner or later, you will be paid millions of dollars. Here's the next component of developing a fast recovery time. You have to forgive, let go, and move on faster. To forgive is to set a prisoner free, only to discover that the prisoner was you. And there's so many people that are so capable, that have so much potential, but you've locked yourself in a prison of your negative past. You failed one too many times, you made one too many mistakes, you've had one too many people let you down or hurt you. And you've chosen to let the memory of the negative past keep you from imagining a positive future. You've settled for a life that is not worthy of you. Here's what I'm asking you to do. Forgive yourself, forgive others, let go, move on. Give yourself permission to believe in yourself one more time. Give yourself permission to imagine a better future one more time. Give yourself permission to give this opportunity 100% of what you have one more time. Because if you do, I have no doubt that you'll be the next superstar on this stage sharing your story. Thank you.
two speakers. Our first speaker is Hai Hong Sun. She started as an international student. She's an SEBC. Now listen to these numbers. She's a $2 million earner. Has 53 SMBs, 4 EMBs, 1 EBC who's a $1.5 million earner. She has over 50 $100,000 and above earners, 12 $250,000 earners, and 4 $500,000 earners. Our second speaker will be Diana Ryder. He asked me not to tell you how young he is, but he's young. He's already $1 million earner. Has 29 SMBs in his team. $1.5 million earner, 4 $253,000 earners, 800,000 earners, 18 $50,000 watch earners. He became an SMB in 2023, an EMB in 2024, and an EBC in 2025. Company last night. To kick this off, help bring out Hai Hong Sun.
I believe technology multiply our impact. That is wonderful. That the leverage trainers' experience and time. Most of us started business part-time. How many part-time here? And we don't have financial background. How can we serve our clients with quality service? How can we build a team quickly? We can use the field training system. We bring a trainer. They give us default professional knowledge, and I bought in the trust and the relationship. Together, we call field training. In my when I started business, what I had to do is make an appointment with my trainer. Let the trainer handle everything. What I do, I just watch and I will observe and I grow. So in my first 6 months as an international student, together with my trainer, we recruit 30 people in my team. And we provide a quality service. And our closing ratio is over 90%. And I get a lot of confidence. So that makes the decision to go full-time easier. Today, this is my team. We have over 50 SMEs. My mini team here, right? And we come from all kinds of backgrounds because of the field training system. Lesson number 5, positive environment. Office, when I go to the New York, I was only SME. But I know in order to award the connect, not only I become CEO, I have a CEO at the same day I become CEO. So today I co-lead East Coast Elite Circle with 20 CEOs. We all come from different teams, but we work as a one. And in the last 16 years, we have over 50 CEOs come all across of the WFG came to our Elite Circle program. Thank you so much. And that's the big impact. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Vice Chairman Diana Lionel.
Amen.
Is team integrity in the house? Is team promise land in the house? My name is Diana. I'm originally from Oklahoma. Every time I talk about Oklahoma, they say, "What are you doing in Oklahoma?" You know, but I just want to be proud of my state because we are the NBA champions of 2025. So my message this morning is very simple. Are there young people in the house? Maybe you are young in heart, but I'm talking about those who are young in age. I grew up in a family where I was very introverted, and my mom was wondering if I was ever going to get married. But one thing I know is is that the patient ones always get the best ones. So a beautiful lady left here. This morning I just learned to go wide. So we have 2 children. My son is 3 years old, my daughter is turning 2 next month, and we are so grateful. And we have 10 more to go. That is the courage that really gives you the peace of mind to know you have a sustainable company that got your back. So if you are here today, I want to encourage those who are young, because I know the younger folks is very tough to get them. Every time I came to a convention, I'll be asking myself, how come there are just very few young people winning? And I remember when my mentor, the one and only Mr. Emmanuel Tita, when he found me on Facebook, sent me a text message. I was like, well, I'm already doing well. Please carry your stuff and go, you know. Just scamming people, telling somebody can make $30,000 a month. How real is that? That's impossible. So I ran, and I kept praying. He kept reaching out. It took 6 months of continuous follow-up for him to get my attention. And within that period of time, we've created a good relationship. He was now my friend. And one thing he did that I still remember today, I'll never forget, he adopted me as a younger brother. That is something you can't buy with money. I will go to his house anytime. I can do anything, go in at any time, even though we're not in the same state, and he's still excited. That's just the type of person he is, very selfless. So when he reached out, he was like, okay, I've been trying to help you for 6 months. You don't want to listen? This is the last time I'm going to call you. I just want you to hear me speak for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is what brought me here, and I've never left. Woo! 5 minutes. Woo! I was like, what's the next step? Well, get licensed. 5 days later, my license was out. Already passed. Hey. By the way, we're talking about big steps. Growing up as an introvert, being on this stage is a very big step. Because imagine a young man who can't even look at a lady in the eyes, standing in front of this incredible company. This is a big step for me. Through the power of association and being coached by one of the best leaders, Mr. Emmanuel have held my hands through every step of the process. With all our great leaders, every single one, every meeting, every training, pouring belief, making us know that this is where we have to plant our flag. This is where we belong. This is where we're going to make all the money and take care of our families. And the belief kept increasing every single day, every step. Belief, every day, new belief. There was a day I had a client, 16 hours of appointment. They were still telling me it's a scam. You know, with young people, we are not patient, right? We just want it fast, and they are good to go. I don't know if they are Ferraris or Toyotas, but all I know is they like to be fast. I called him, I was crying, I was like, this is not for me. He was like, Leo, why did you join this opportunity? I said, for financial freedom. He said, Dad, why would one appointment make you feel like you don't belong here? I was like, wow, this really makes sense. So I want to encourage you, if you're here for your very first time, don't take this for granted. The person who invested for you to be here, you got to follow them. You have to follow the system. And I was going through, listening to some of the players of why Oklahoma won the NBA championship. And every single one of them, they say, these people took me as a family. They poured love on me. If you want to build help a family if you don't love that family. So I want you to develop that mindset of love that changes the life of your team. Love every member of your team. Those who don't look like you, those who look like you, those who are young, those who are impatient. You still pour that love for them. And I promise you, by the time you come here next year, everything would have changed. I want to end with this. Last year, I was sitting somewhere around there with a pregnant lady 2 weeks to be due.
Ooh.
She was like, I can't give birth, I have to come to Vegas. And she came here. I was like, oh God, she shouldn't have a baby in Vegas. We don't want Vegas. We had to pray, and on Thursday when she took her flight and knelt down, I was like, thank God she's leaving. 2 days later, she had a baby. She just got licensed. And this same lady right here walked the stage just by taking graduate steps last night as a $250,000 earner.
You know, WT is all about families. Families. A lot of people talk about families. We live it here. And we're going to be hearing from a true family dynasty member. You know, and it's really interesting about when I first started here, my wife and I, we just got married. We were engaged. We got married and we went to Hawaii for our very first time. And she was working at a high-tech company in Denver. And at the end of that, we were flying home, that overnight flight from Hawaii, and she goes, you know something, Brian, I want to quit and I want to come full-time. And we sat and we talked all night, that horrible flight, and it was an incredible experience for us. And I said, why? What's changed? And she said, you know, when I went to Hawaii, I saw how families treat each other. I saw moms and dads throwing their young kids into the pool all day. She goes, do you ever see partners that ever bringing kids to anything? I'm like, no, of course not. We don't do that. That's weird. Of course you would never do that. But here, it's expected. And what attracted us is the family. The family. You can create anything you want here. And that's the magic of this place. This is a magical place. And the next speaker really exemplifies that magic. From the Michaud dynasty. We can call it that, can't we? You guys, you all know Rihanna and you know Corey. We're going to be hearing from Cameron Michaud, who's such a great friend of mine. Anytime I need him help, I ping him, and I so much appreciate him and his example in business, his leadership. And I rely on this guy. And I suggest that everybody takes some unbelievably good notes on this next speaker, because let me tell you what he has built in the last 24 and a half years. He'll be soon celebrating his 25th anniversary. Check this out, everybody. He has 1,900 licenses. He's got 176 SMDs. He does 31 million super team points. He's got 5 $1 million ring earners. And the coolest thing about this is last Christmas, man, I love George Michael, but anyway, I'm not going to sing for you, I promise you. But I do love that song. Last Christmas, his 4 sons, 16, 18, 20, and 22, booked a meeting with their dad. And they said, Dad, tell us about this business. We want to know a little bit about it. They booked it. It wasn't on the client side, but they said, we now think we want to get involved in this. This is what a family does. Please join me, give it up for Cameron Michaud.
Wow, this never gets old. What an honor and a privilege. I'm not going to share much about my story this afternoon. I'm going to get right into the message. I want to share something with you that's been very impactful for me, so impactful that if I wasn't exposed to it, like back in 2001 at my first convention, I don't think I'd be here. So hopefully some of you can get something out of this, but I remember being at my first convention, I came kind of kicking and screaming. I quit my job in the month of March. The convention was at about this time. I told my dad and my mom, Claudette, I'm like, hey, I'm excited. Obviously, I'm committed. I quit my job, but I can't go to Vegas. I don't have the income. We don't have income anymore because I had to start full-time back then. It was just the law back in Canada. You couldn't start a part-time, see how it goes. It was full-time or no time. And he had a few very strong words, and I got the hint that I should probably come to the event, so I came. And I was sitting up there somewhere. I can't remember exactly which arena it was, and these thoughts were going through my mind. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, it's like you quit your job, you're getting into something that you don't know. I mean, like, Dad and Mom are successful, but what does it mean to you? You know, I was scared, I was nervous, I was uncertain, I had some doubts. I can't afford to be here. I don't like talking to people, and now I have to get into a business where you talk to people, and I fought this stuttering impediment my whole life, and now you're gonna have to really fight it. And I'm sitting there, and all that stuff's going through my mind, and then this guest speaker starts speaking, and that changed me forever. It was that impactful. His name was, like his name is Lou Holtz, and he's a football coach, or was a football coach, or was, and I mean, I was up there, I was paying attention, but I wasn't paying attention until he spoke. Like, in fact, I still have the VHS, yes, that's what they handed out at that convention, the VHS tapes of his message. I still have the VHS tape at home, I just gotta find a player to play it. You know, he was talking about his message, and then there's a point in his message that he shared that he had a friend in his life that told him that he had to start dreaming again. He said, Lou, he said, you're dream flat. You can't be dream flat. You can't afford to be dream flat. You've got to start dreaming again. He said, okay, like, what do I do? He's like, I want you to work on something called the 101 list. He's like, what's that? He's like, well, if time and money were not an issue, here's the 101 things I'd want to do, people I'd want to help, charities I want to give to, place I want to travel. He's like, okay, I'll start working on it. So he starts working on this list, and he's like, if time and money were not an issue, I'd want to skydive. If time and money were not an issue, I'd want to swim with sharks. If time and money were not an issue, I'd want to have supper with the president at the White House. And he keeps going, and he's writing, and he's sharing this on the stage, and I'm locked into the guy. I don't know why, but I'm locked into him. And then, so he finishes his list, he goes to his wife, he goes, honey, check this out. He's got this new energy about him, and she starts reading this list. If time and money are not an issue, here's the following things I want to do, give back to experience. She's like, wow, like, you want to swim with sharks? Yeah, like, if time and money, I want to do that. Have supper with the president at the White House? Like, what are you thinking? He's like, hey, I started to exercise, I was told to do this, it's got me excited, and she goes to the whole list, and she says, well, you're like, someone out here, Lou, you should have to go and get a job because you don't have an income right now. You know, but he was getting awesome. And then he proceeded to share how he had checked off the majority of that list. And I'm sitting there going, what the heck? Just, it hit me, you guys. It hit me so hard. I don't want to overanalyze what happened. Just going, here's a man, he started writing some stuff out on paper. He got into some kind of platform, some kind of business, some kind of job, a lot of other things had to happen. And I was talking about how he's achieved all these things, and he had started working on his second list. Well, for me, that was at the end of the convention. I do not remember a thing in that convention except for that hour on top. The rest of the convention, I should have paid attention to all the other speakers, but I was lost in my notes. I was lost in working on a list of goals and dreams that mattered to me, right? Stuff that was important about my family, and trips, and travel, and financial altitude, and peace of mind, and having to stay home, being in the position for the known, the unknown. And I started writing. I was going to have a lake house in the Okanagan. I was going to, I have all of our education paid for all of our kids at the time. I said all of our kids. I was going to be in a position where I was going to play Augusta National. I was going to speak in front of 10,000 people. I was shaking when I wrote it, going, you're an idiot. You don't want to talk to me. You're right. I'm going to speak in front of 10,000 people. Then below it, I'm going to speak in front of 25. I'm going to make $1 million a year. And I started writing. You guys, you cannot afford to be dream flat here. And I want to share with you another way of thinking about this. I want you to imagine those 101 goals. Like, who in the room, by the way, has 100 lists, or has 101 lists complete that if I was to ask you to come on stage, you can present it, okay? A small group. I've used for 24 years. This is the biggest goal that I find. It's a simple business. It's not complicated. We got the platform. We got the products, the product partners. We got the leadership. We got everything. What's missing a lot of times is the fuel in people's gas tank. Right? You're sitting in this vehicle and there's no gas in it. What's your gas? Are you dream flat? What are you fighting for? Because it's hard to coach you if you know, it's hard to help you if you don't know what you're fighting for. So I want you to think of this 101 list as a fire. I want you to all imagine a fire right now. If you're like stuck in the backcountry and if you're lost, one of the first things that you would build is a fire, I'm guessing. Because it's going to keep you warm, it's going to allow you to cook some food, it's going to keep the boogeyman away, it's going to keep the bugs away, it's going to rain, it's going to snow, it's going to get windy. That's a critical part of you surviving in the backcountry. Because if you don't have a fire, you're toast. So think of those 101 goals as individual logs in that fire. Some are small, some are big, right? And some are, you never go and attempt to start a fire with one like stuff. You never do that because you can start the fire. You would go and put as many logs in there, and the bigger the fire, the better, because when it rains, it will put out a small fire. When it blows, it's going to put out a small fire. How big is your fire? This, you guys, has been so impactful. It has pulled me for 24 years. If you ever get stuck in this business, stuck or capped in an income, it's because you stopped dreaming. It got you to 50, it got you to 100, it got you to 250. You've got to keep adding logs into that fire. So here's what I want to challenge you as we close. Obviously, I want you to pay attention to all the speakers because they're wonderful, they're going to provide value, they're amazing human beings. I've been around them for 24 and a half years. They've all had a fingerprint in our lives. I want you to grab a sheet for the rest of the week, and I want you to split down the middle. I want you, as stuff starts to come to your mind, I want you to think of some goals and write them down. On the other side, it's some things that you don't want anymore. It's the pain and the pleasure list. You can have the pleasure list, the 101, then you got the pain list. I'm sick and tired of being that broke. I'm sick and tired of saying no to my kids. I'm sick and tired of missing out. And I want you to work on that list, and when you get home, share that with your leadership. They'll help you develop a plan. And then if you want it bad enough, you're going to execute and go and make that happen, just like our family has. We want to have our fingerprint, the Michel fingerprint, in as many people as we possibly can. And we want you to go and win big. So thank you very much. Have a good convention.
You know, this is a fun time of the day. We're going to be hearing from some giants now. And lots and lots and lots of giants in this company. Just heard from one. And you're going to be hearing from another one. From Edmonton. Any people from Edmonton in here? We have none other than Raj Adali. Let me tell you a couple things about him. He's been in business for 17 years, and he leads a team, write this down, of 15,000 licensed reps. I asked him how many SMDs and EMDs is like, I let my computer work on that, I don't know. This is a giant, and this company has an ability to create massive giants. What this gentleman is going to talk to you about today is something that's very near and dear to my heart, and that's scalability, it's belief, it's passion, it's wisdom. You're going to be hearing some wisdom here today. And what Raj always says is that anything, absolutely anything is possible if you have the courage. And you're going to see a gentleman right here has a lot of courage that stands up and gets things done. So please, let's give our next speaker, Raja Dhaliwal, an incredible WFG welcome. Raja Dhaliwal!
Are you all fired up? Ready to take some big steps? Anybody made it season yet? The most important outcome of every convention is a decision. And I hope you leave this convention with a decision as well, as you're hearing a lot of incredible speakers from the morning. You know, someone asked me earlier this afternoon, they said, why did not we see you in the recognition last night? And they were just surprised. I said, you know what Rocky Sheen talked about this morning? He said, what? I was meditating. He said, what do you mean? I said, what comes before the storm? He said, silence. I said, that's exactly what it was. So, you know, I came to this convention in 2008, where they did not let me into the convention hall, and the story begins, and with God's grace, we have this convention. I think we have around 1,500 people here. We are running our own convention. First time in Canadian history, the WFG is the biggest convention which is happening in Edmonton next week. And it is also happening in a Rogers Arena. So, and then we have one more week after in Dallas, Texas. So, we've grown so much that these convention centers, these arenas cannot hold us anymore. And where we are heading towards is going to be massive. And I'll tell you, this is a beginning of a new era, which is about to begin from this convention. And I think God intentionally, I think about big steps, big impacts. I think there is a purpose behind this theme for this convention. So I hope all of you see some hope, because we have the hope, we have the chance, and we are the future of financial services industry, especially for middle income North Americans. We are the one who's going to help them understand how money works and give them a chance of lifetime to do something incredible about their future. Anybody interested in changing some lives? We are 3 of you. Anybody interested in changing some lives? So when it comes to big steps, big impacts, you can write few things down from my talk. You know, people who take big steps are the people who are doubted by the society. And a lot of people doubted myself as well when I came from a taxi driver background. And I was, people think what this guy can do. Obviously, English is his third language, not even second. And what he's going to do. And today when God says if you have the courage to pursue towards your dreams, I'm speaking in front of thousands of people, and obviously in English, which is a third language. So it's possible. All I wanted to show you from my story, if this taxi driver can do this, you can definitely do this. But you need to take that big step. But those who are doubted by the society, take that big step. Number 2, those who realize that their responsibility is big. So those who realize their responsibility, they will take those big steps. And number 3, those who deny being average will take those big steps. So I hope sitting on this convention, you deny being average and you wanted to do something special, something significant for you and your family. So those who will take big steps are those who wants to live with purpose. And I'll tell you that this organization, this platform, get Jess and I in that position to see the purpose for our life, to empower the lives of other people. And I'll tell you the biggest gift any human being can exchange with other human being is a gift of high spirit, which is possible to exchange being in this environment because your spirit is empowered. So people who wants to contribute, they will also take the big steps. Contribute to the lives of other people, make the world a better place. Those people will actually, take those big steps and leave the big impacts eventually over time. So I think about our business, and generally in business, I'll tell you that if you wanted to succeed at anything, you need to find 3 things. You can write 3 things down if you wanted to. Number 1, you need to find a problem which keeps people awake at night. That's the first step to become successful in any business today. You need to find a problem which keeps people awake at night. And do you think what we do for families, that money problems keep people awake at night? Yes or no?
Yes.
Can you give me a louder yes, please?
Yes.
So number 2, you need to find out is you need to bring that solution to the problem. And do you also think that we have a solution to the problem?
Yes.
So number 2 is that. Number 3, you need to reach the marketplace in a most effective way. And over here, with our recruiting model, especially with the threat of trust, because recruiting gives you a chance to tap into an unknown, unlimited market with a thread of trust, thread of relation. And that's the most effective way to educate people out there and change their life. So we have all 3 in place. We have identified the problem, we also have the solution, and we have the most effective way to reach the marketplace. So the question is, who can stop you to become super successful here? Nobody else outside of your mindset, outside of your thought patterns, which is given to you by the society, by your surroundings, by your environment. So I talk about, you can write this down, the most important factors for your scalability. Because every business owner, every entrepreneur, they seek scalability in business. But scalability in our business comes from 2 things. Number 1 is self-improvement. And number 2 is being systematic. Self-improvement and systematic. These are the 2 pillars to scale your business in our world. So I'm going to touch a little bit on self-improvement with all of you. So when I say self-improvement, the foundation of self-improvement, everybody, is spiritual connection, is spirituality. So spirituality is the foundation. We all could be religious, but it doesn't matter that we are spiritual at the end, because spiritual sets that foundation for all of us to feel stronger internally. So spirituality is foundation, number 2 is mindset, and number 3 is leadership. So these are the 3 areas of improvement, self-improvement, which we all need to work on. So spirituality, as I have a short time, you can write this down. Spirituality begins with belief in oneness. God performs through all of us with different forms. So the belief in oneness increases your, confidence internally and belief that God is one. So belief in oneness is the beginning for spirituality. And number 2 is sense of completeness. A lot of us will feel incomplete today. And this is why we are searching and seeking outside of us. But the biggest treasure that we have is within us. And that the minute you feel that sense of completeness, you become strong internally. And it's all internal strength which you need to become successful. And number 3 is the realization of limitless. God is limitless, and this is why this keeps you humble. That there is always a next level. There is always a, you can go beyond. So the minute you realize the limitless, so these are the three things which I practice each and every day. Believe in oneness. Number two is sense of completeness and realization of limitless. So these are the three areas of spirituality. And now these areas will give birth to the right mindset. So it will give birth to the thoughts of courage. You know, those courageous thoughts come into you when you believe in oneness, when you have sense of completeness. That gives you those thoughts of courage, that positivity and possibility. So you will have these thoughts into your head the minute you set the foundation with the spiritual connection, which is missing for a lot of people today across the world. And number three, it gives you ability to inspire, which is leadership. The number one duty of the responsibility of a leader is to inspire people and then empower people and then mentor eventually. So you will inspire, you will empower, and you will mentor if you have that spiritual connection, if you have that mindset which is positive, which is possibility thinker, and obviously which is courageous. And you will have ability to inspire and at the same time empower and mentor people. So in closing, just to give you a few other things to dwell over, because biggest thing on these conventions, you find some thoughts from various speakers, and then you take those thoughts internal, and then you start dwelling over those thoughts. And these thoughts will be daily thoughts. Obviously, they will be eaten up very quickly when you go back home. So you need to start dwelling over these thoughts that you're powerful. You can do anything. It's possible. If it's possible for this taxi driver who started 17 years back, it is possible definitely for you as well. Are you all following so far? Yes or no? Yes. So, you need to decide during this convention, when will you leave this type of life? The life where the majority of time today goes out to fulfill somebody else's dreams. 8 to 10 hours every day, most people give to fulfill somebody else's dreams. And after that work, by fulfilling somebody else's dreams, we come back home, and then few hours every day, for most human beings today, it goes towards watching somebody else's entertainment. And that's what a lot of people consume their time with. And after entertainment, few hours every day goes in checking somebody else's content on reels. You know, that social media. So now after 8 or 10 hours for somebody else's dreams, after few hours for entertainment and few hours of watching the reels, what is left over? We have very little time, guys. Few hours, few minutes actually left over at the end of the day for our own self, to think about our future, to think about our purpose in life, to think about what we can do to make this world a better place. There's not much time for an average human being. And now you can write this down, that after a few minutes for ourselves, we have zero time for the one who gave us the life. We have zero time for God, and our relationship with God is getting poor, and obviously that spiritual connection is missing, and this is why the thoughts in your mind are very much weaker thoughts, negative thoughts, and this is how you're actually struggling in life. And I'll tell you that you need to start building that connection. You need to understand that you need to nourish your roots to actually make your future, dreams possible. So your roots, your connection, your spiritual connection is the most important part. So I will actually request all of you to stand up, to close it strong. And obviously, nourish your roots too, and your dreams will flourish. So in closing, everyone, I appreciate all of you. Always choose the pain, but don't choose suffering. Choose the pain, but don't choose suffering. So many of us are suffering, and we need to make that season where we might need to get more disciplined, and we might need to step out of our comfort zone, and we might need to do something which we have never done before. But we need to choose pain over suffering. You're not born to survive here on this planet. Most of us, all of us, we are born here on this planet to thrive, not to survive. So I'm going to say 3 times. I'm going to say 3 3 times everybody, I am, and you all say complete. And you say it as you mean it. Are you following? And I'll tell you, the day you start feeling you're complete, your search will stop. Your outside search will stop. And you will find that you have the power within. God has given you the complete. Everything which is possible. Anybody who born on this planet has given the same thing which is given to all of us in this room. So are you ready? So I'm going to say 3 times I am. You say out loud complete. Are you ready?
Yes.
I am.
Complete.
I am.
Complete.
I am.
Complete.
Let's go take some big steps and impact the world, everybody.
When I like you to join this business. And I bet that he said to everybody, but I believe in him. He was my SME. He took me to the field, and we go through all this. Nobody say, hey, this is the stand, and I see your check. And then Swan, if you remember, you were so upset with my prospect, and you closed your book, and you walk out, and then my prospect said, what's wrong with him? I said, you asked a very bad question. And then he came back, he said that, you know, they're going to quit anyway, I must well kill them. I killed them for you right now. And I appreciate home office. I appreciate from an old time, Susan, Andrew, who saw me, I was literally couldn't even speak very well. And then they saw me grow, and today I'm a new leadership, Todd, Will Fuller, Michelle, Micah, and everybody else to see me how to go to my next level. I sincerely love my team who go to the down, who celebrate when I grow, who also cry together when I'm down. And I love you, and I know that it is just beginning. This is my 3-decade, 31 years in this business. And I joined when 9 years old. WFG keep you young. Especially when you have money. I just want to share my gratitude. You know, it's very interesting that when I first joined the business, what I learned from the mentorship, from Rich Dolly, from Monty, especially from Swan, I remember because I was in his space shop. Maybe I can share with you what I learned from him. Is that good? And I remember that he told me that, Penny, you have to go to work every single day. You hear him today. And I remember that he will call me if he did not, if I did not show up to the office. And he also told me that I need to have a daily activity. And a lot of people get very frustrated. It's because that they don't have result. But your result comes from a lot of daily activity. I was told to get 3 phone numbers per day. 3 phone numbers. And I remember that because I need to get 3 phone numbers, I need to bring guests to the BPM. Therefore, that during my career at the beginning, first 8 months, I was part-time. So during the lunch break at my full-time job, I was sat at the telephone booth, changing my dollar bill to a quarter. And then I have one hand with the Vietnamese sandwiches. And back then, you know, there's no smartphone, we had to dial the phone. While the phone is dialing, I'm eating my sandwiches. And sometimes they answer too quickly, I have to swallow my bread. I make sure that I need to keep my consistency every single time, so therefore I can have a guest to BBM. And number 2, I was told also that Penny, if you work hard, you can beat 50% of the population by just working hard. And I do not have a lot of skill, right? I speak a very cute English, very cute, huh? And then a lot of times they raise their hand and say, can you speak slower? Am I okay? My place is okay today? And I really hate the guy. Same guy every single time he raises his hand. But I know that one day, I can speak in front of you. I really don't care that whether you like my English or not. But I'm improving. So by working hard, then number 3, I was told that you need to find something that you believe in. You need to know how to plan your faith. You need to have a system. You need to have a value system whereby that it can ground you. Money doesn't sway you away. You will not stop because you believe every day that you believe that you're doing something good for your family, then you're doing something good for your teammate, then you're doing something good for your community. Find something that you believe and plan your faith. If you do that, you beat another 40% of the population. 10% is a dogfight. 10% is a dogfight. Meaning that These people, they work very hard. They also that they have something that they believe. This 10%, they just believe a little more than you. They work hard a little bit more than you. They have more passion about the mission more than you. They love the team more than you. By doing that, you can stay at the top 10%. And I'm very, very honored to be able to do that. And in fact that I told Swan, I said that in English. I said that I'm just one of the person, a regular person, I'm disciplined, who want to work every single day. No, I don't. But if you are put in an environment where you are community building, when everybody has the same work ethic, they inspire you. I may not know how to love people the way a lot of people love people, but I was put into the community. When I hear people say, it inspires me. WIG is the only company that we have that community building. Therefore, not a compensation can replace us. This is who we are, this is what we stand for. And then for the last 20, 30 years, forgot about my PowerPoint. I am privileged and honored to build a sizable team. And then last year, 2 years ago, we hit the easy promotion, and I decided to, they have bonus for you, when you become promotion, they get bonus. So I privileged, I can take my whole leadership back to where I came from. Because I really want to show my leadership that you can come from a very humble background. Here you are and you revisit. When I go back to Malaysia, which I came from, and I really don't know where to go because I came from a very humble background, there's a lot of nice places I did not go. This time we have the best of the best. All the officers wear all this very nice costume. We have so much fun. And also that we went back to see the highest, the second highest taller tower in the world. We have fun. And then also that I went back, I took them to visit the hotel that when I was young, I just go there as a spectator, anybody? We took pictures, we are not the guests, but you go there and you pretend you're the guests. We took a picture there, and then today we sit there as a guest. The only problem in this trip, because we have the itinerary was so packed, I don't even have to enjoy the hotel. It was very, very good. You can revisit your team. You can revisit your dream. And lastly, also that this year was kind of challenging. It's a tough year for me for the last 6 months. My father got sick in November. He had a triple bypass surgery, then he had another surgery. And for the last 6 months, from November until April, I did not have a lot of chance to actually spend a lot of time in the VFG. But every single day that I make sure that I'm in hospital. My brother, who's on a payroll, my brother can stay in a hospital and also home care for him. I don't have to worry about which nurse, whose nurse coming in while he's doing a good care. He fight the fight. But heaven needs somebody like him. So he passed away in April 28th. And my mom was very, very sad. So because of the wedding, we took all the flowers, every single one of you. And then the funeral is like a garden. Just so many flowers. Then we have a cremation. Then I went back. So we took him to a very nice, this is where he plays. I did not know that you can have four season cremation place where you place that. I do not know whether, maybe in heaven I don't know where my father is. But I want to make sure that my mom is actually feel comfortable. I want to have a peace of mind that my mom doesn't have to feel bad. And also by doing that, we took the ashes, so we flew all the way back to Malaysia. So I know, you know, and I know that when one person goes, it's easy, and I also don't want to impose my brother and my cousin, and also all my niece and nephew. So I said, Auntie Penny is going to pay for everybody. Let's fly back together. And I saw Ben, my husband, said that your brother never had a chance to fly first class. Let's flew them in first class. If I don't have the resources from the WHE, if I don't have the time from the WHE, I will never be able to spend so precious time for the last 6 months of his life. And then also after that, I received a very nice text, in a group text. So for my nephew, he just got recruited by the way. Who doesn't want to join when you pay for everything, right? So, before that he had a fortune cookie, then he said that looks like the fortune came true. Because the fortune cookie said that we will have an amazing trip, right? I said, look like the fortune came true. What an amazing trip. I'm on the plane after the funeral is over. He said that I'm on the plane right now, scrolling through photo, and end of the trip feel hitting me hard. Huge shout out to the MVP. See, I can be an MVP in the WHE. I can be an MVP for my family. You can be an MVP for your family. Shout out to the MVP, Auntie Penny and Uncle Ben, and especially Gong Gong, which is my father. Gong Gong for bringing us all to Malaysia. A lasting gift he gave us all was a beautiful experience together. We all have our own life, our own friend, our own story. But this is what we remember of the rest of our life. After trips like this, you realize that this is the whole point. The entire point of life. This moment, all of us in one place are going fewer, more precious as time goes by. All of these to say, I'm so grateful for experiences like this with you all. My Chinese word, family. I will never take it for granted. Love you all with your whole heart. When I read this, I get so emotional, because I know that when I came to this business, when at my first convention 30 years ago, I'm sitting like you here, like I did not sit all the way to the back. I just want to make sure I sit in front. And I'm wondering whether I will make it. So many people, can I be the one? But trust me, go back to what we remember. If you work hard, you pick 50% of the people. If you have something you believe, you are passionate about that, you beat another 40, which is 90. And 10% is the dark side. We together is going to make another big step so that we can have more impact. Same impact that I did with my family, same impact I did with my teammates, same impact that I did to the rest of the WHE. I love you and thank you. That's what I do.
One of the first messages 2 years ago, should any given element of your business fly, you've not yet recruited your best person. By 2001, I had become an SEVC in our company. We had recruited about 3,000 people. That was the highest position at the time. And I thought I had reached the pinnacle of success in our business. I thought that the great team that I had was the best I've ever had. And it was a great team, and it still is. 2 years later, a recruit came on, and that team came out of that. That took us to a whole nother level. And it was a team that became the MVP of our company 10 years in a row. One of the key players in that team that came on early on, 2003, 2004, was a gentleman named Zach Rance. But once again, I was like, I now found my best team. Then in 2010, after he had built an incredible team already, he had a guy come on board named Dr. Martin Quende. And as I was watching this all unfold, I thought, it can't get any better than that. Then in 2017, the $10 million man came on board. I was sitting right here, and they were walking by, and I was talking to him for a second, and Linda said, we've only been here for a little over 8 years. Can you imagine how good it's about to get? It's about to get good. We're going to close out with the great Daniel Bravo.
For the first time in the history of this industry, 40 years of its existence, we had on stage, at the same time, on the same day, the president of WFT, the president of South America, and the president of Egon. So I want to begin by saying thank you so much to our president, Todd Buchanan, and the leadership at the Home Office, because I know for this arrangement to be possible, where for the first time in 7 years, we have 2 arenas. We gave every single person the opportunity to maximize their business. So let's give the home office a round of applause. Let's make some noise. I want to share with you the purpose. 4 things about the village. The first one is the opportunity the village is giving to every single person to become an entrepreneur. The opportunity for you to change your story. The story of poverty become rich. Because when you look at the whole world, there's nothing new about being poor. There's nothing new about poverty. However, what is new now, the fact that we have a solution to solve the problem of poverty. And that solution is World Financial Group. Woo! And so, if you are here today, I joined this company 8 years ago. So this is my 7th convention. I was poor. We were poor. Came from a background of nursing. I was a registered nurse for 10 years. I was a family nurse practitioner for 3 years. And as a nurse, I worked 3 jobs to make ends meet. Now let me describe to you how poor I was as a nurse. Myself and my wife would go to the grocery store to shop. We spend 1 hour shopping. We go to the counter to pay, and then we pay for half and we return half because we don't have enough money. That's called poverty. We go to the gas station to pump gas. Instead of filling the tank, we do just for $20. And then 4 days after, we come back to the same gas station to put gas for $20. That's called poverty. We will have 10 bills in front of us at the end of the month, and we are arguing about which bill should we pay first. We choose to pay 5 and we default on 5. And even the 5 that we pay, we're doing just bare minimum. That's called poverty. So if you were born poor, it's not your mistake. But if you die poor, it's not your mistake. Because World Financial Group has the solution to poverty. So we came to an event like this and we said, you know what, we're going to change our story. 7 years ago, Linda and myself did our first convention. We started right there in the crowd in the back and we heard story after story. People come on stage and we realized the minimum wage for WLG for the convention was $250K. And we asked ourselves, what is this? Is this happening for real? Or is it just some fairy tale? On that day, on that convention 7 years ago, we made up our mind to change our story. So, the decisions you're going to make here today will determine the stories you tell tomorrow. I am now here on stage, I'm telling my story. It is the story of the decision I made 7 years ago. So if you are here today for the first time, and I'm talking to every single person over there, because I know this might be your first convention, perhaps somebody even made it and pushed you to be here, and you're wondering, what is this? With the same question we asked 7 years ago, what is this? Well, we made a decision, and because of that decision we made, our stories have changed. And that's why I'm going to be here for the next 40 years doing this thing. Because I know when I see the president of Egon say, I have your back, it gave me even more hope. And that's also why for the first time I brought my kids to the convention. Ooh. We have Daniela in the crowd, we have Braden, we have Briella, and I have my beautiful wife Linda somewhere there, because they are paying attention. You know, when I saw what Rob Day did, thank you so much, Rob Day, for being our leader. Thank you so much for being there for the group. I want my kids to be just like yours. Because I'm going to build this thing. It's called ownership. We have that in WFG. No one else has that. And we have true ownership. And the next time any person comes around you trying to recruit you into one of those companies, I want you to ask them, are you a properly owned company, or are you an individually owned company? We are different. And that's what separates WFG from everyone else. And that's what we're going to continue to build, because I know I'm going to be here for 40 years, I'm going to hand it over to my children. It's called ownership, and it's called the power of being an entrepreneur. I couldn't do that as someone else. Now let me tell you about number 2. Is the agency of now. The fierce agency of the moment. You saw what happened yesterday. People walk off stage making $1 million annually after joining this opportunity just 4 years ago. You've heard stories after stories. You saw them on stage this morning. Everybody told their story. You know why? Because they made a decision to join this industry. They came to a big event like this. They didn't say, let me go think about it. They started. They didn't say, you know what? My loved one is sick. I can't start now. Now is not the right time. They didn't say, I'm trying to finish up with school. Not the right time. They didn't say, my hands are too full. My plate is too full. They made a decision to begin. So if you are here and you're listening to the stories, the time for you to start is not tomorrow. It is today. Because if you want a big Iroko tree behind your house, when is the best time to have planted that tree 20 years ago? When is the second best time to plant that tree? Today. So that's the fierce agency of the moment. Your big time and a big shot, let's make it happen. Make that decision happen today. I want to tell you about number 3. The mission of WFG, our crusade of no family left behind. You see, 40 years ago, when our founding fathers wrote the DNA of this company, it was embedded in helping families. I say a prayer to Rich Tolley and Cindy every single day. Thank you for being the co-founder of WFG. And I say thank you to my mentor, the visionary, Dr. Martin Prendel and Adeline Prendel, for accepting this opportunity and also giving the opportunity. And because of that, many people's stories have changed and will continue to change. Now, the crusade of no family left behind is huge and is the core of WFG. If you and I don't work hard, if we don't run fast, so many families are going to be left behind. How do we know that a family has been left behind? Every time you see a GoFundMe, it's a reminder that a family has been left behind. And there are 2 big reasons. There are 2 major reasons for which we see GoFundMes. A wedding is not one of them. Birthday party is not one of them. Baby shower is not one of them. Graduation party is also not one of the reasons for which we see a GoFundMe. When do we see a GoFundMe? Number 1, when somebody dies. And number 2, when somebody falls sick. Let's dig down deep to the root causes. The first one is death. Now, the average household in America and Canada, they rely on 2 incomes. Husband is working, wife is working for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. They do 2 jobs and make ends meet. Now, all of a sudden, one person dies, you're now left with half the income. 2 incomes are barely not enough. Now you're left with half the income, but the financial responsibilities have not changed. They remain the same. As a matter of fact, it's now more. Funeral costs are on top of that. What happens? They didn't have life insurance, they were left behind. That's why life insurance is sold, it's not bought. There's going to be nobody approaching you, can you sell me life insurance? We have to approach them. Life insurance is sold, it's not bought. So every single time you see that GoFundMe goes, either because of probate court system or because they now have half the income, I want you to blame ourselves. We didn't reach that family, we didn't reach out to that family fast enough. Let's talk about number 2, being sick. Did you know? The number 1 cause of poverty is chronic illness and critical illness. I have a question for you. Especially if you're here for the first time. You've been working hard for the past 20 years, 10 years, 15 years, and you're working really, really hard. But the question I'm going to ask you is, let's now say today was the last day of work. From tomorrow there shall be no more work. All you have left is to save the income. That means pay your mortgage, pay rent, buy food, take care of your family. All you have to live off of from tomorrow moving forward is to save money. How long can you go before you start having financial difficulties? 1 month? 2 months? 3 months? I have question number 2. Let's now say the reason for which you couldn't go to work is not because you choose not to go to work. Rather, it's because you were sick. It was a stroke. It was cancer. It was a heart attack. You were paralyzed in a car accident. Well, that made your financial situation worse or better? I have question number 3. Is being sick a matter of if or matter of when? If we agree it's a matter of when, on the day the when happens, what do you have? That will question. That's the solution we have in the DFG. It is the importance of having life insurance. You see, many people out there will never know the value of life insurance until you and I reach out to them to sell them life insurance. That's how families get left behind. So you and I have a huge responsibility to go make a difference in American economy. Now, let me share with you about number 4. It's around. I want to share with you the formula. Now you know what we do. If in case you're doubting what do they do, now if you are here at this convention, you just know the good thing we do. Maybe we change the name from Working for God instead of Work Financial Group. What do you guys think? Can you tell we do good things to people? So now you know. Now let me share with you the formula to become successful. Because to become successful, you and I have to go out there and help families. It's a double-edged sword. As you help families, you get rewarded. That's how your story is going to change financially. As you change, you do something. So as you embark on this journey, I know you're pumped up, I know you're fired up, you're ready to go, become successful. But the journey on which you're going on is not going to be full of roses. I want you to expect that you're going to fail as you're on that journey. As you head on that journey to become successful, people are going to say no to you. You approach them and tell about the importance of that mission, they're going to say, I'm not interested. They're going to say no. But every single time you hear no, I want you to know that you're getting closer to a yes. Nobody ever became successful if they didn't go through the journey of a no and a no and a no. So as you head on that journey, I want you to know this. When you get through the sign, that's not failure. Which is always saying no to you. Don't say, you know what, I can't do this. You don't know if you can go back home. I want you to know when you get to this sign, that looks like failure, success comes right after. The difference between those who fail and those who succeed is that people that succeed, they keep going after people. Success is not the focus of failure. Success is the ladder. The reason why I'm sharing this with you today is so that you don't get shocked. I want to give you the vaccination. And what does vaccination do to prevent you from being killed? That's why we all receive vaccination. So I'm preparing your mind for what awaits you. Those who dare to fail are those who are going to do big things. So my question to you is, are you ready to not fail? Are you ready to make some big impacts? Are you ready to change families' lives? So I want you to write that number 365. 365 is the goal you're going to set for yourself today. That means when you leave from here, you're going to talk to families, and you're going to expect to get 365 no's. That's how you can become successful. You guys hear that? Yes. When you leave from here between now and next year, I want you to expect to get 365 no's. Whoever goes on the field, whoever goes on the sale, and 1 year from today, if you report 365 no's, I promise you will be speaking on this stage in 1 today. So, here's the question I want to wrap up with. I want everybody to rise up. I want everybody to rise up. Because I want to know it in 2 minutes. Our goal before the year ends, currently in the building, we have 90,000 licenses. There are so many of you here who know your license. We want you to join us in this pursuit of changing the world. By getting license. Before the world drops at the end of the year, we want to take it off at 100,000 licenses. Are you able to be on that? Yeah. So now I want to ask the question. Are you ready to make some big impact? Yeah. Are you ready to make a big decision? Yeah. Are you ready to go change the world? Yeah. Are you ready to make sure no family left behind? Yeah. Thank you guys so much. It's an honor speaking to you on stage.
Nikonai.
opening day we've had here at Convention 2025. And tomorrow is going to be even better. Doors open at 8 a.m. and the program begins promptly at 9 a.m. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you here in the morning.
Nashangaa mmebaki wapi?
Wengine wamebaki bado.
Tutapoteleana. Tunaenda picha. Tutapoteleana Jen. Walituma, hebu ngoja. Picha ni wapi? Picha ni wapi?
Simu yangu imedead. Hii ya huyu ndio bado iko na
simu yangu haijatumika.
Only photojournalist.
Tukipoteleane na ni picha. Picha unakumbuka ni wapi? Unakumbuka picha ni wapi? Kuna picha ya Team Everest. Kuna picha ya Team Everest.
I'm sorry.
Na tulikuwa na kina Steve wameenda. Kuna picha ya Team Everest. Kuna picha ya Team Everest.
Anataka tutoke hapa tuope.
Acha ni end. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Keep on subscribing to my channel. Yeah, we have ended the second session today. And so let us meet tomorrow again on my live. Kindly continue subscribing to my channel. Thank you so much. Have a blessed evening.